Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Wasteful Wednesday. We're talking about how to save this country with all the pollution that we have now, toxic waste in our water system. 50% of our water is contaminated with toxins. Yeah, we need to actually make a lot of changes in this country, but it can't cost us a lot. Whereas the Green New Deal is going to cost us $60 trillion, these people say. Bernie wants to get rid of our cars, and I guess Ocasio wants to get rid of planes and cars. It's just ridiculous. I mean, there's no way we're going to give up our infrastructure. So we have to come up with ways in which we can filter the air and clean the mufflers effluent coming out of our vehicles. But that's not a high priority. That's a low priority. We've got bigger problems right now. We've got people in our government that seemingly want to just spray chemicals on our head. Back in the year 2000, George W. Bush dedicated $15 billion a year to a program called the Future Gen Project. The Future Gen was designed to sequester carbon, and it's on the books as having been funded all these years under George W. Bush and Barack Obama. And I'm not sure if Trump is funding it at all right now, but they must have accumulated a lot of money. And what they did was they tried to sequester carbon. They put it in canisters and decided, well, what to do with it. So they decided to just distribute it in the air we breathe. That's right. And here you thought you got rid of the Freon in your refrigerator and your air conditioning unit. They're dumping aromatic hydrocarbons all over the place. And this is industrial waste, heavy metals, all kinds of crap. They're just sticking in the air that we breathe every day. And no one wants to talk about it in our mainstream media or in the two-party system. So we're literally being dumped on with all the industrial waste that they get. They're sticking it to us, and they charge us for it too. Now, if you're a person who wonders why you can't live in a pristine place like this, well, I live in a pristine place like this, but I have to put up with massive flyovers of jets every day because they've just increased their jet flying. The Naval Air Station here where I live is testing another 25 new jets coming up. They're all being tested over my house. And I live in an area that never expected this type of traffic. So there are people in my area that are suing the Navy for having flown these F-18s, growlers, they call them, over our houses. So that's an interesting side note. We have to put up with that kind of thing, even though I live in a pristine wilderness like this. I guess the Navy likes to pollute in pristine wildernesses too. 90% of plastic polluting our oceans comes from just 10 rivers. That's interesting. See, if we could take the rivers and isolate the flow, we could actually deal with them as it flows into the ocean. Look at that. So they found the 10 rivers. More than 8 million tons of it ends up in the ocean every year. Rivers of plastic, yeah. So these are the rivers: Yangtze, Indus, Yellow, Hai, Ganges, Pearl, Amur, Mekong, and two in Africa, the Nile and the Niger. Well, these are the rivers we need to focus on. If we filtered the plastic out of that, there we go. We'll start cleaning the ocean. Problem solved. Hey, I feel good now. We're on the way to actually figuring out how to solve this problem. Similarly, we could actually take the cargo ships. There's 16 of them that are emitting the most amount of pollution of all the cargo ships, and deal with those. Filter their smokestacks, clean the air that's coming out of them. And that's how to solve global climate change. Yeah, I hate to break it to you folks, but it's actually going to take something like a collective action to clean the air. I know that's shocking. You know, a long time ago, all mankind cared about was killing each other and eating food, and killing game and killing each other. Now we still want to kill each other, but we have a thing called agriculture. Without agriculture, we never would have seen the huge population increase on the planet that we've seen of human beings. Now we have to start thinking about what the end product is ending up as, pollution-wise. The solution to pollution is not dilution, like our leaders are thinking. They just think dumping in the ocean is going to get rid of it. That's how stupid they are. All right. So Wasteful Wednesday can talk about wasteful lives. Many of us are going to be losing jobs, if you haven't already. In the next 10 years, 30% of you making $80,000 a year or more are going to lose your job. 80% of you making $20,000 a year are going to lose your job in 10 years due to automation. That sucks. And the Democrats and Republicans have no new alternatives to fix this problem and create jobs. And we have a great plan at America's Third Party. We have a job plan. Yeah, that's real. You can sink your teeth into it. This is the shovel-ready jobs that Barack Obama talked about. Putting solar rooftops on top of houses and fixing up houses, renovating them. Homestead renewal plan. Okay, we got a big story that broke today about a blackface video. And as you know, I've done a blackface. There's a blackface picture that's been presented. Yeah, Justin Trudeau. Now, I'm going to call this brown face because Mark said I can't play any blackface here on the show. This guy did a brown face. That's right. Canada's Justin Trudeau did a brown face at a party in 2001. And they're calling this racist. I don't think so. You know, I think it's safe to say now that with Governor Northam of Virginia having done it, Justin Trudeau having done it, it's not a racist thing. It's actually historic. And there's no reason why freedom of speech would deny you your ability to put something on your face and go into a party and hang out with some cool gals. There's Justin Trudeau with a few ladies that are having a fun time. So to argue that Justin Trudeau is a racist is just not true. Even the people of Canada know he's not a racist. So now we're seeing blackface and brownface mainstreamed. And I was right all along. So in a way, this is kind of a renaissance of my original blackface video, which I did in 2009. And then re-uploaded it in 2010, and somebody copied it, and then boom. It went from there. Yeah. So that's a big, huge shaker to deal with. And then this story, the U.S. is in... Oh, that's not a story. That's actually a region. See, our chat is in the room. Hey, chatters. Something smells good. I'm not sure what it is. Okay. U.S. quandary on response to airstrikes against the Saudi oil facilities. Now, I don't know if these Houthi rebels got the drones from Iran or whether they got them from some other source. But for some reason, Trump jumps the gun along with Pompeo and assumes that Iran sent these drones to attack the Saudi Arabian oil fields. Yeah. How do we know that somebody doesn't want to spark a war with Iran, namely Trump? And somebody behind the scenes may have ordered the drone attack. Who knows? I mean, without any scrutiny of the drones themselves, how can we really decide who caused this? Because remember, when Barack Obama was overtaking President Saleh of Yemen, the Houthi rebels were getting funding directly from Obama and his people through the Arab Spring, which he himself and other Democratic leaders were proposing was a good thing. An Arab Spring is a good thing. Well, Obama has ties with the Houthi rebels. So how do we know Obama didn't get the drones to him? I mean, how do you blame Iran, per se? I don't know. Should we start a war over this without even knowing? Trump and Pompeo really want to do that. American military and intelligence officials say they're accumulating a growing amount of evidence that Iran launched the airstrikes that idled about half of Saudi Arabia's oil production capacity. A growing mountain of evidence. President Trump encapsulated, the Trump administration has been slow to respond to those attacks. He encapsulated the ambivalence in a tweet. There's no reason to believe that we know the culprit are locked and loaded depending on verification. Ew. Trump threatened only to immediately raise doubts about his intentions by continuing, but are waiting to hear from the kingdom as to who they believe was the cause of this attack and under what terms we would proceed. Well, you mean the kingdom that can't seem to recognize the cause of Khashoggi's alleged death? Which I'm still wondering if Khashoggi's dead or alive. They never found the DNA in that suitcase of body parts. So I don't know. I'm not going to prejudge Saudi Arabia either, and I think Trump is wise to wait. If that's his move, then by all means wait. Don't just jump all on board an attack on Iran. If you know for sure that Iran did it, that's a different story. All right. Any other questions? Good. Yeah, he didn't even look black. He looked Egyptian. And he was probably walking like an Egyptian too. You know? Justin Trudeau is if it's true about Justin Trudeau, and maybe he is related to Fidel Castro, he has a Latino color in him somewhere, you know. You never heard about the theory that Trudeau is Castro's son? Apparently his mother was in that area visiting. Yeah, and that's nice. With the baby. It's a bizarre theory that somehow Fidel Castro is the father of Justin Trudeau. I think that's more of an interesting story. Yeah. Why was she there? He's seen here holding the Canadian PM's little brother, Michael Trudeau, next to his mother, Margaret. Could Fidel Castro be the real father? Let's take a look. Let's see if their faces match up. Well, look at that. Yeah, we've got a pretty significant match there. Look at that. Let me blow that up. Well, not only does he do brown face, but he actually does a pretty good impersonation of Fidel Castro. Wow. There's a young Fidel Castro, too. Very close. Very interesting. Anyway, regardless, who cares? Let's drop it. He did a brown face back in 2001. Whatever. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's turning into a tremendous lot of nothing. But it shows that the big story about blackface should be completely seen as free speech. That's really the story. Not that it's necessarily racist, per se. That's maybe your opinion, but it doesn't necessarily depict what happened. In fact, most of the people that did blackface vaudeville back in the day, about 40 years of vaudeville performers, like Al Jolson, he was never considered a racist. When he sang, "Mammy, gotta love you, Mammy," that was not in any way racist. It was just honoring people who were black. And I think we really have to stop judging people as racist who do brown face or blackface. Thank you. And black people can go white if they want. Now, once you go white, you know it's right. Once you go black, you never go back. That kind of thing. No, I'm just kidding. You can be white, black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. It doesn't matter what your color is. It's who you are. It's really, let's stop this big, huge racial divide and start just accepting that we're all economically impoverished and suffering from the hands of the Illuminati. Wow. Now, the federal government's handing away wasteful spending, and this tonight is Wasteful Wednesday. Check this out. A federal agency awards $1.6 million grant for a mouse food facility in Houlton. In Houlton, Maine, they're making mouse food. Oh, good. Yeah. Our state needs to look for new ways to bring Maine products to market and grow our economy. The food processing plant built by this giant, along with the 17 new jobs it will create, will help to achieve these goals. $1.6 million to create a mouse food facility, get 17 jobs. That's $1 million a job. I mean, that's a lot of money. Oh yeah. Working with the Northern Maine Development Commission, officials with the town of Sac had submitted a number of grant applications. Sure. Wouldn't it be better if we spent money growing more lobsters? My goodness, nobody's going to buy mice. This is not a wig. This is my real hair. Why do you call this a wig? Well, theoretically, it is Wig Wednesday. I could wear a wig tonight. I haven't planned on it, but we have that option later at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock. You have submitted a grant for studying a political chat at Vaughan? Wow. Riken wants to know why blacks are called African Americans and whites just Americans rather than European Americans. That's a good question, Riken. I don't know, man. If they're special mice, they're probably, you know, who cares? Mice, I mean, of all things, who cares? Exactly. Who wants to raise mice? That's your problem. Me, I keep my gerbil collection under wraps. Well, they're very good marinated for about 6 or 7 months in vinegar, and their little spines just dissolve. Can you imagine raising gerbils? I can't. Could we talk about something other than mice? Of mice and men? What about the New York Fed pumping millions into the money markets? Yeah. Well, the money markets right now are of course, the most vulnerable, about $26 trillion in investors' capital, all at great risk. The New York Federal Reserve Bank emergency interventions on money markets came as a sudden cash crunch that drove up the cost of borrowing the money. The banks need to replenish the reserves they hold at the bank. Yeah. New York Federal Reserve conducted money market interventions on Tuesday and Wednesday. Well, whatever they have to do to shore up the $26 trillion in risk potential. Dow Jones is sitting at 27,147, up 36 points. Not that big of a deal. I don't think the Dow Jones reflects our economy anymore. And today in our pre-show, we encountered a really cool restaurant chain starting in America. That's right, Nick's Organic Fast Food. Now, as you know, I'm a big supporter of organic, non-GMO food. And I think this is great. Certified organic fast food at Nick's. NicksOrganic.com. I'm not in any way plugging them. I just think it's pretty cool that fast food could be organic. You know, that's pretty nice. I do like walnuts, yeah. I'm having some walnuts. I'm going to open a bag I pulled out of my Trader Joe's supply. I'm going to go get that. Oh, yeah, the National Institute of Health studied cats for another $1.5 million. Pampering cats costs millions for real. That's right. Totaling $1.3 million worth of your money, NIH supported 10 different cat studies and concluded that classical music has an effect on cat behaviors. After playing classical music for cats every day, they were less likely to poop outside of the litter box or cough up hairballs. Aren't you glad that your funding is going to good use? That's right, 10 studies just like this one, funded by you, the taxpayer, just to find out what makes cats not pee outside the cat box or poop outside the cat box. No, you can go back. Once you introduce GMOs into the biosphere, there's no reason why GMOs would necessarily succeed over heirloom seeds. It's just how we handle the seeds. We could easily burn all genetically modified seeds and just spread heirloom seeds all around, automatically nullifying the entire genetically modified strain, which causes cancer in laboratory studies. I don't think you've ever even grown anything, have you? Okay. Are you suggesting air fryers are good? Yeah, I think air fryers are very good. But again, use stickless air fryers. Are they emitting any chemicals? I don't know. Most air fryers are stickless, so I don't know. I don't trust the Teflon. So this is a big story that the company gets backlash following school shootings. Sweatshirts, they were selling things like Columbine sweatshirts, Virginia Tech sweatshirts, Sandy Hook sweatshirts, Stoneham Douglas from Parkland shooting sweatshirts. And I think the company was told not to do this. So that's a good thing. I just don't find it tasteful to talk about it. And there was a big video out of kids talking about what it, well, I'll play parts of it here. It has these kids. It's called Back to School Essentials. And it has these kids talking about how wonderful these items are, like scissors and whatever, all the while acting like they're scared they're going to get hit by a shooting. Watch this.
Bag for back to school.
These colorful binders help me stay organized.
These headphones are just what I need for studying.
These new sneakers are just what I need for the new year.
This jacket is a real must-have.
My parents got me the skateboard I wanted. It's pretty cool.
Needless to say, it's making light of the tragedy, the big question mark we have about all these shootings. What happened? How come there's so little evidence? Why do so many people want to promote gun control after never even seeing any dead bodies? You know? It's badass, really? You think so? I don't think so. I think it's in poor taste. You think that's funny? That's sick! How can you make light of such a serious thing like tragedies? I don't know. It's not a great idea, and I think anyone who thinks it's a great idea really needs to have their mind examined. You may want to contact your local psychiatrist and have a diagnostic mental status done on your head. Ask your doctor. You think it was well done? Well, I will keep I agree. It was well done, and I will keep it in the list of, anyone who has that many subscribers making money on exploiting children is called a YouTube whore. But I'll still play it in our show later tonight. Here in Washington, my state of Washington where I live, a Washington student was arrested for social media video threat. This happened. Authorities have arrested a high school student after a threatening video was posted to the social media platform TikTok. The Issaquah High School student was arrested. A video threat of a possible school shooting. Authorities say the girl was booked into King County Juvenile Detention and faces felony harassment charges for posting the video. The video viewed on the mobile app had inappropriate and threatening language. Authorities say her family members were cooperative with law enforcement in the investigation. No weapons were found. So apparently, it's just poor taste, but freedom of speech is really kind of dicey now. If you want to talk and make threats, you're going to jail. Yeah. But other things are not making sense too. All right. Hillary is on record talking about how she pretty much is upset about the election still, but strangely enough, she never really bothered to sue the Federal Election Commission as having an illegal election sponsored by Russia. But here she is talking about the election results again.
We also saw what happened in 2016. Experts estimate that anywhere from 27,000 to 200,000 Wisconsin citizen voters, predominantly in Milwaukee, were turned away from the polls. That's a lot of potential voters. They showed up, but maybe they didn't have the correct form of identification. Maybe the name on their driver's license included a middle name or an initial that wasn't on their voter registration. But officials made every excuse in the book.
Well, she certainly is a windbag. Okay. I did not ban Tickens or Stebu. No. I haven't seen Stebu in a long time. Tickens has been in. You guys are having a real personal life in the community. We have the online community here where we take on all kinds of fun stuff. I just got a link to a podcast of Larry Sinclair and Donald Trump in the back of a limousine in 1999. Explicit material. Let's take a look.
Folk are not going to take it. You're taking their tax money. You're closing down their jobs. You're shutting down their banks. You're telling them what they can and cannot do. You're giving billions of dollars to Acorn.
With an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, that was Larry Sinclair, as he openly talked about how he had oral sex with Barack Obama and did crack cocaine with him. I'm really shocked that Obama never sued him for defamation of character, so we have to assume in the court of public opinion that Barack Obama is guilty. And it's kind of important to know that Larry Sinclair did pass a lie detector test with 99% certainty. All right, we covered the Larry Sinclair. You didn't have to ask me for that. I got that over with. Thank you.
Okay, now that that's done, you can leave.
Yeah, I'm done for the day. Actually, I'm going to go do some stuff, make some dinner. Thank you.
Okay.
Sarah's here. She can talk about our solar rooftop revolution and homestead renewal plan or whatever she wants.
Exactly. Well, the whole thing is that there's so much energy from the sun all the time.
Yeah.
And fossil fuel is really too valuable to be burned to create energy. And so why not use the energy from the sun? And so where do you use it? Well, on rooftops, of course, because who's going around on the rooftop?
Yeah, you've got lots of rooftop opportunities all across the country. I think of the misuse of fuel really is the fact that we only use about 15% of the gas that goes in our engine. The rest goes out our muffler.
Yeah.
If we had more efficient carburetors and fuel injection systems, and they've had them, but the oil companies have purposely not delivered those products. They buy out the patents. They don't deliver the products to the oil company, to the car companies. And the car companies don't like to have efficient engines either for some reason.
Good point, Bangalitis. Why don't cars have solar panels? Sometimes I thought they're building new ones with them.
Yeah, Hyundai's hybrid collection, the 2020 series, is all going to have solar panels. All the Hyundai hybrid 2020s are going to have solar panels on the rooftop.
That's pretty cool.
So Hyundai's actually making that move.
Hyundai's pretty advanced in their hybrids and their alternative energy cars. Their Ionic, I think it's called Ionic, is pretty cool. My sweater looks very Twin Peaks. True. It's more of like, it was probably made in the 80s, this sweater was. Very, what is it? I go to a lot of consignment stores or thrift stores. It's one of those things. And in tunnels, cars are also supposed to work at night and in tunnels. Yeah, that's true. I mean, we can't have it total only on solar, but that supplements it. Great show, thank you. Snowstorm, you're open to electric cars? Good. Should solar panels power Bitcoin? I have said that that's true. Yes. Or I have heard of cases where solar panels can power Bitcoin. Tiddly D drove a Prius today, 8 hours on $10. Wow. Is that a new taxi you're doing? Sarah, you're currently in a webinar. Guru Trader is going over his favorite chart, patterns to trade. Nice. That sounds pretty cool. Guru Trader. You like a Skoda or Volvo electric car? Do you wear pink at all? Curious. Yes, sometimes. I bought a new salmon colored, pinkish colored sweater, so I can try to wear, if I remember Odin, I'll try to. Okay, 369, that sounds good. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll try to remember to wear my pink salmon colored sweater tomorrow. I just bought it on our cross-country trip. It was funny because I bought it on the day of, we were in the middle of a heat wave, and I'm like, who would buy a sweater in the middle of a heat wave? I would. That's who. Sarah isn't a machine, but she's washing. I do like to, yeah, sure, wash things. Okay. Stormy Daniels, the person here, said, we're so blessed to have a humble genius like David tell us what to think. It's way easier than thinking for ourselves. Plus, who wants to get banned for expressing our opinions? Nobody. Sarcastic much, Stormy? Could that possibly be sarcasm? Is this the same one? Ha. You say just ha. You're giving me a YouTube link, which I'm Ed Sheeran, Take Me Back to London. I do like Ed Sheeran, but I'm not gonna hold on to that. All right, I do appreciate that 369, and yes, I still do like John Cusack. I don't know about Hot Tub Time Machine though, but Pushing 10, I don't think I've ever seen that one. It was poorly received upon its release. It's a more interesting film than it was initially felt to be. It's better the more times you see it, and that comes principally down to the strong set of performances from Billy Bob Thornton, Cate Blanchett, and of course Cusack. That sounds like an all-star cast to me. It's about interplay between air traffic controllers, Falzone and Bell. Oh yes, I remember this. And with both trying to outcool and outdo each other, the flat, deadpan performances are perfect in tune with the manner and feel of the film. It's an underappreciated movie and an underappreciated performance. True. Education is powerful. Oh, good. New teacher salary in England could reach 30,000 euros, which is like $50,000, you say? Why is Flash being stopped? Well, the people are becoming more reliant on a thing called HTML5, and HTML5 does not support Flash. One of the reasons they don't support Flash is because Adobe, that basically is one of the Flash things, is very proprietary and doesn't like to share, whereas HTML5, at least this is my understanding, HTML5 is more about sharing. So for some reason, if we laugh at a commercial at a back of a back to school sale, shooting done in parody, we're mentally ill, but it's perfectly fine to tell people's families that their loved one never died and continuously harass them. Yeah, I don't know that. Good bookmark on organics, thank you. And I missed whatever Dr. Meow said, I'm sorry. Oh, IFL Science. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, and the cat here, Annie. I'm not really going to do the YouTube links right now, but oh, your doctor won't give you any more opioids. He's giving you naproxen now. But yeah, that's my understanding of why Flash is being stopped. Yes, there is hypocrisy. Wait, of me? Or I don't think I'm hypocritical. But I'm sure there is hypocrisy. Can I play a YouTube video while David is away? No, I cannot, but you can. Obviously, you have the link, so you can open it in a different browser window and play it to your heart's content. Well, obviously he doesn't have you on ignore. He's just ignoring whatever you type, Space Shuttle. I'm glad you weren't banned. Drink more water, Anita, aka Soul Child. You don't think David thinks that there's people on the International Space Station? I think there's people on the International Space Station. I think I'm more, if anything, I'm agnostic rather than, I'm not atheist. I believe that there is a higher, I mean, I just go out and lay in under the trees, and I feel like there's something powerful with life and nature and things like that. So, but Maybe, comrade, maybe it's the sun. I would say, though, that it's, to me, it doesn't really matter if it's like, wait, actually, the better term for me is an existentialist. It's like, I think that's right. But basically, it's like, I think it doesn't matter whether we think God exists or not. Either God exists or God doesn't. Does it really matter what we think? No, David doesn't think the ISS is fake. No, space shuttle. He doesn't think we landed on the moon, but somehow he believes that the international, from my understanding, he believes that the International Space Station is somehow underneath the Van Allen belt, so within the Van Allen belts. Yeah, and I don't think if God exists or whatever, I don't think God necessarily needs our worship. I understand why people worship and why all that. Anyway. How you buy all of Leah's clothes? Do you buy David's clothes? No, but I do take David clothes shopping because he has a pretty good eye of what looks good on me. Really? He doesn't believe in the International Space Station either? I don't know. I don't really know. Okay, great show. You keep wanting me to look at this. Government UK, £30,000 starting salary proposed for teachers. Plans to raise primary and secondary teacher salaries by 2022. Salaries for new teachers are set to rise to £30,000 by 2023 under government plans for the biggest reform teacher pay in a generation. Okay. I will ask David when he comes back. What about 90,000 end? David does not wear jorts or jean shorts. I don't think the only kind of shorts I've seen him in are his, swim trunks. That's it. True, antique. Wait, $8. I missed what you said. You said she should buy $8 of marijuana a month. Yeah, maybe. I hear that marijuana helps pain. I have heard that. Yes, Space Shuttle, it might possibly be the case. Most of the time, yeah, most of the time he's here. So, and, oftentimes we've agreed to, that I'm not on the show with him for a huge majority of the time. I give him breaks, but for me, Stormy Daniels, I think, does it really matter? I mean, that's me trying to convince you to believe in something, and who am I to convince you? What, I Love Fries? I did not say I could take over Dave's show. I said if something happened to David, I would probably do the show a little bit. But of course, my show is completely different than David's show because we're different personalities. Yeah, whatever, Stormy Daniels. I'm not into that. It's just like, ugh, no. I like that about the, thanks for giving me the link about UK teachers. Sarah would, if something happened to David, then I would do this show periodically.
You want to ask me something?
No, well, no, not really. I was just wondering, what's your thoughts on the International Space Station?
I think that they miraculously put it up there, and they've been doing a lot of the filming underwater, making it seem like we're always up there. So I think they accomplished putting it up there, but I don't think they're making trips back and forth. I think a lot of the photography is coming from a green screen room underwater. It's just, that's my take. But I do believe it's up there. I just think for all intents and purposes, it's too difficult to maintain. And I'm sure that the payoff is very low. So whatever they're funding, it's more like a photographic impersonation of what we see. That's my take. That's my opinion. I do believe it's up there, though. I believe we've launched into the upper atmosphere, no problem.
Okay, so therefore, yes. I disagree with some of the things he said. Told David last night that if you somehow outlive him, that we would help you create a deep fake that oh yes, I can see him turning that into that. Yes, that's sounds like David. Maybe Mad Dog, I haven't checked recently. I guess that's normal, Daryl. Massive? Okay, I'll definitely have to check that soon. Okay, thank you. What are you referring to? Is it I.Imgur or is it just Imgur? I don't know how to respond to you guys because you're right. Other than that. Okay. For the candlestick course, Steve Neeson, you did tell me something that, ooh, Fibonacci trading, how to master the time and price advantage. And the intelligent investor. I'm gonna save this. I should just write them down. I don't really have a good thing to write on or write with right in front of me. Oh, here's something. My sticky notes fell on the ground. I haven't learned about options a little bit, but my problem with options is I don't necessarily want something just sold out from under me. Isn't that like put options and things like that? But I could learn about options. Sarah, how are you God? I never claimed to be. Okay. Oh, I forgot David doesn't have Periscope on. They're not my favorite. Knees are not my favorite body part. Oh, Daryl, you believe you're God. Okay. Yes, I do. I understand that. Do I need to write that all that 007 down 369? Yeah, I tend to wear skirts that cover my knees. If I wear skirts. I'm writing down The Candlestick Course by Steve Neeson. I'm writing all those names of the books on my little sticky note. I wonder if I can find these on audiobook. I'll show you. These chatter over on iVlog says that these are good books to learn about investing. Fibonacci are not fibbers. Fibonacci, you never heard of the Fibonacci sequence? I'm listening to a really good audiobook right now. I'm enjoying it immensely. Man, this pen does not, like, works in the corner, but not. There we go. Become Right is good. You will make money off the stocks. The Candlestick Course one, America is Best, or the Intelligent Investor? The Benjamin Graham Intelligent Investor. Okay, I'll make sure I get that one then. If my pen will work. Sure, I can definitely show you what's on the other tabs. This is the teachers' salaries starting for £30,000 for teachers in the UK. I'll probably close that out. I don't think David really cares about that. And And then I've got whatever this is. Oh, this is the John Cusack movies. I might look back at that. This is clothing companies gets backlash following school shooting sweaters. Yeah. Yes, that's a good point. Hey, 369, what do you say to this? Misanthropy believes, why should you really trust a book on investing? I mean, if they were so good at investing, they wouldn't bother writing a book and giving away all their secrets, because they'd be so rich from investing that they wouldn't care. Maybe they did make so much money from investing that they're bored and they're like, well, what can I do with my time now? There are a lot of books like this, but some are better than others, I'm sure. I'll see what he says. You heard it, vaping really gets banned. You should be investing in big tobacco. Oh, maybe. I don't want to. Yeah, it's true, Sosadi. Benjamin Graham. Winning by Jack Welch. Well, that's what David would say, misanthropy, about making money going against it. 369 says, trading isn't easy. There's tons to know. That's a good point. Trump holds press conference while touting his new border wall. I don't know why I have two of these. GM wants to move to Mexico in order to turn a profit. Ever wonder why? Oh, when it comes to stock, if I want to make money when it comes to stock. Name one stock that is ethical and you'll tell me how it isn't. Sarah Hart. Try to tell me how I'm not ethical. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure you could figure out a way. No wonder they're moving to Mexico. Okay, moving on. Cell tower deaths. Tower climbers install and service cell antennas, a job that requires them to ascend hundreds of feet. Across the country, some of these workers have fallen to their deaths from cell phone towers. Frontline and ProPublica investigate this hidden and deadly cost of the smartphone revolution. I don't want to look at that either. Great. I'm sorry, Great Show. I'm not. I don't know what all of this is. Oh, John Doe 2. Who is he? Oklahoma City bombing. Cloudflare learning. I was still doing that. Yeah, but I hear people say these things, but they don't ever have any video. I don't know. David would say, you don't watch what I watch. I'll close out of this because I wrote them all down. For third straight year, police suicides outnumber line of duty deaths. It's a tough job. In a way, this is sadly, I mean, in some ways a positive statistic. I hate to say that, but because hopefully they're not getting killed in the line of duty. Yeah, you're right about real journalism. Bleach? What are you talking about, Sosani? That's weird. Does new drone footage... Oh, this is a drone of the... Oh, God. Can't we just flipboard this? Epstein. It's already flipped. Why do I have it open then if it's already flipped? Closing it. Closing it. Yeah, you'd love to be a real... Oh no, I hope that other one did flip. How to remove Brett Kavanaugh without impeaching him? Oh, this is that Pine watch that Misanthropy sent. I'm probably not going to keep this open, but it's pretty cool. Pine time. This was pretty funny because David was like, it's all horrible. And then he's like, Pine, a smartwatch for $25. Oh, that reminded me of something else. I know I should like log in. Do I have an account? I'd have to log in and follow him. The Pine 64. For only $25. It's pretty cool. I don't want to bookmark it, but I'll just leave it open, I guess. She got a text that her husband wanted her marriage to end. Okay. Oh, really? I just...
It's a cool space for the hammock.
Yeah. Oh, and then that Frankism and the other one. Iran-backed militants amid drone swarm strike on world's largest oil processing plant in Saudi, and at second nearby facilities, sparking huge fires as tension reached boiling point following the tanker attacks. Well, when was this? On September 14th. Oh, right. Turn on Periscope. I am so sorry. I will do that. I don't know why David didn't. She's usually pretty good at that.
During this year's point in time count, we learned more than 11,000 people.
Okay, I don't think I need that either. Okay. Okay, just one moment. Why doesn't he take my advice?
All right, I can take over now, and you can have dinner if you want.
Okay, in one moment. Oh, maybe that's it.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to go on there yet. Totally forgot. Wow. I got caught up in the moment. Oh, they give super hearts now. That's good. Cool.
I don't know about that.
No. Thanks for reminding us. Somebody must have reminded us.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, I was completely remiss. Sorry about that.
Well, also, if we could go on Twitch, but I'm not even able to like go here.
No,
and do
Twitch. XSplit wiped out our entire Twitch library. I have it on the
other one, but we have to figure out how to do it here.
I don't want to bother figuring it out right now.
I'm not saying now.
No, but I'll do it tomorrow. I'll work on Twitch. Yeah.
Ask him. What am I supposed to ask him?
Don't ask me anything. It's okay. Just have dinner.
Okay, I'm gonna go have dinner.
Yeah. You don't need to bother with anything.
Well, I already found out that exactly what I knew about David. David does believe in the space station does exist.
Yes.
But I disagree with him where he thinks that it's all filmed underwater.
Well, you know, the thing that got
But
me
he
is,
said he does believe the International Space Station exists in the upper, he calls it the upper atmosphere, but it's like, he thinks
it's the ionosphere.
it's outside of, anyway.
It's beneath the Van Allen belts.
There you go. I said, that's exactly what I said. No, he thinks.
That's what I believe. Yeah.
No, he believes it exists in
real,
up above.
I think it's up there.
And he thinks it's below the Van Allen belts, which are above us. And then
I think we have the ability to put satellites in the air. I mean, hello. I mean, it's obvious we have lots of satellites.
Yes.
Thanks, Sarah.
I don't know why it's black or if it has a screen. I don't know.
Oh, I'll check it out later. I'll just refresh. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy the dinner. A Yeti has been blamed for the deaths of 9 skiers at Dyatlov Pass, an event notorious as one of the most puzzling mysteries in the history of Russia. The Yeti has taken them. This abominable snowman. They found crushed to death in Russian mountains, were killed by a Yeti. Now, no one's ever really seen a picture of a Yeti. The images are Yeah. They say they're, they could even be white, like polar bears. You never know. But this is a picture of the Yeti. It came up and knocked down and crushed the, yeah. There it is. Whoa. Yeah. Oh. One of the hikers' mangled bodies found in Diablo Pass. It's very interesting, and many people have looked into many sightings of Yeti, like Bigfoot. Yes. Hey, I hope a lot of you are learning Russian, because we'll probably have to acquire that as our new language soon, once Russia takes over. Yeah, they're working on Donald Trump right now, and if you want to stop that from happening, you have to vote third party in the upcoming election. Unless you want Russia to take over our country. I mean, it's really comes down to fighting the commies again. Yeah, anybody wants to fight the commies, come on board. My family's been fighting communists for decades, since the 1950s. My mother and father were instrumental in stopping the communists from taking over our country. So join this third party and stop communism. That's my whole thing. They already have taken over the government flax. They own Donald Trump. Apparently, Mueller said that there's a sex tape that is being used as blackmail by the Russians. He confirmed it. Exactly. If you don't vote third party, you're basically a traitor, sucking on Russia's you-know-what. What are we doing? We're going to have most of the problems with Iran will be brokered with Vladimir Putin, and he'll try to get the price of oil up. That's what he's working on right now, schemes to get the price of oil up. So this recent drone attack, I don't know if it came from Iran or not, and Trump can't verify it either. Same with the attack on the oil vessels. Those look like attacks. The Japanese oil vessels look like it could have been anybody shooting a 50 caliber machine gun at the tank. It was not an explosive, like Trump and Pompeo said. So new jobs, great ideas coming on board at America's Third Party. Uh-oh, we've got the distraction video from CNN. The UFO agenda. Right. They keep pushing...
It's rotating.
According to the U.S. Navy, the objects in these videos are unidentified aerial phenomenon. Okay, so I'm not going to go deep into the aerial phenomenon thing. We've seen UFOs since the 1950s. That's got to be some sort of a distraction. They're using this to distract us. Here's a meme. Oh yeah, you showed that to Sarah earlier. Yeah, this came out a couple days ago. It's hard to believe that Felicity Huffman only got 14 days in jail. Tanya McDowell lied about the school district she lived in so her 6-year-old could get a better school, even though she was homeless. She's sentenced to 5 years in jail. Felicity Huffman paid $15,000 to an SAT test administrator to cheat on her daughter's test. She only gets 14 days in jail. Thanks. Yeah, they're claiming that the hole in the Earth's ozone is the smallest it's been in decades. Well, I think they managed to fill it up with a lot of heavy metals that they dumped in the sky right in front of our faces, under our nose. Yeah, so it's filling up. Great. Lots of carbon pollution is filling up that ozone layer. Great. Wow. It's unbelievable. Money talks, Dave. Yeah, I know. That's why we don't have any mainstream media attention, because we didn't pay for it. And there's no such thing as the free press anymore. It's dead. And Sarah talked a little bit about buying options. Well, she's a stock trader. I just don't believe in investing in anything right now. Illinois bill would ban flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes. So Michigan started it, New York followed, now Illinois is banning e-cigarettes. All because Trump said, oh, I want to ban e-cigarettes. Ew. He's going to lose a lot of votes over this because many MAGA people are really upset. Trump is acting like a commie. Well, only 3 people died of e-cigarettes. Hundreds of thousands of people die a year of cigarettes. But now more people are smoking cigarettes because they won't have e-cigarettes. You see where we're going? And more tax revenue goes into the state coffers like Illinois and Michigan and New York. Yeah. I'm sure California's going to follow suit. Well, Saudi Arabia got those recent weapons, nukes, tactical nukes from Trump. They haven't confirmed their nuclear weapons, but he was talking about sending him some really expensive weapons. Yeah. Hey, I heard about the second victim. Yeah, Kevin Spacey's the death count. The Kevin Spacey body count is growing. Yeah, the victim recently died. The second victim died from 2 gunshots to the back of his head. I don't know. You're questioning me? I heard it was cancer. Do you have a link to that? Yeah. No, I'm going to pass on that link from the BBC guy. Illinois House bill would ban flavored cigarettes. Wow. If you drove a Prius, drove 8 hours on $10, that's not bad. No, I don't have no, I don't like Trump. I consider him a really sad case. Yeah, he copied a lot of my ideas, and I think even now he's questioning everything. The Saudi Arabian relationship is something that Vladimir Putin has been cultivating. So I think Vladimir Putin is in charge of that relationship, not the U.S. Yes, my mother told me I had a very large head. It's kind of a sad situation. Yeah, she gave birth to a very brainy guy. Okay, final dream. Yeah, I'm going to get back to that. Now, is this real, or is this some sort of a spaceship that was developed for a movie? I mean, what's the origin of this picture? It's pretty cool, no matter what. I mean, I'm impressed. Yeah. Where do you get that picture? Final dream? Yeah. Oh, it's from a movie. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. I'm of the belief that we actually have no problem with e-cigarettes. It's just Trump he's got to deal with the tobacco companies to push tobacco. And, the cigarette industry funnels a tremendous amount of tax dollars to Illinois and Michigan and New York. So they're hurting for certain regarding cigarette sales. So they're forcing people into this. Patrick Swayze allegedly smoked, 3 packs of cigarettes a day before he died at age 57. He was on a self-sabotage plan. I did not know that.
He just had a very addictive personality, and I know he battled drinking too many drinks. I know that was a problem. Patrick loved to smoke, just that typical ballet dancer. They were chain smokers. He had a couple of demons that he dealt with.
But Patrick regularly smoked 60 cigarettes a day.
There was a component of self-sabotage that goes along with the heavy smoking, and I think that that's true for Patrick.
Okay, there you have it. So you can over-smoke. And let's not forget, Patrick Swayze probably drank a lot of sugar drinks, too, when he got pancreatic cancer. He died of the same thing Michael Landon died of. Yeah, why is Trudeau allowed to do blackface, and they're calling it brownface? And they've accused me of being a racist, which I'm not, simply because I did a blackface video. Isn't it sad that now the truth is coming out? We have free speech. And Justin Trudeau did this back in 2001 as a tribute to Arabian Nights while he taught at a private school. So, I mean, this whole hysteria the Democrats have put out claiming that anybody who does blackface is a racist is really sad. It's indicative of Milady doth protest too much. Because the Democrats, mind you, are the ones that didn't sign and ratify the Civil Rights Act. They refused. People like George Wallace, Southern Democrats, didn't like the Civil Rights Act. So the Democrats have a royal case of extreme white guilt. So they call everybody a racist who does anything that even remotely resembles free speech. Meanwhile, here's the story that kind of broke the news just a few minutes ago. A massage therapist who said Kevin Spacey sexually assaulted him during a session has died. Yeah, the John Doe person, he didn't want anyone to know, who he was, but allegedly the Oscar-winning actor groped him during a private massage in Malibu in 2016. According to court documents, this guy filed a case against Kevin Spacey, and now he's dead. No further information on the matter of death was in the filing. I heard it was cancer, but somebody said, I Love Fries, you said it was 2 shots to the back of the head. I'd like to verify that. The guy alleged that Spacey reportedly entered the room in a robe and then closed and locked the door behind him. He accused Spacey of sexual battery, assault, false imprisonment, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. This John Doe alleged that Spacey pulled his hand onto his testicles. The lawsuit states that Spacey then got up from the table nude to try to kiss the massage therapist who rebuffed the move. Just let me give you a blowjob, Spacey then said, according to the lawsuit. According to the blast, Doe was seeking unspecified damages. Now, this is very interesting, and of course, yeah, there's all these allegations, the 14-year-old that he admitted to getting drunk and jumping and attempting to maul the kid. More than a dozen people have come forth accusing the star of sexual misconduct. I'm beginning to wonder if this isn't the real Kevin Spacey. I mean, is he really the same guy that was in House of Cards? I mean, it seems like that guy wouldn't hesitate to terminate somebody. You got to wonder. So now I think it has to widen into a murder investigation. Don't you agree? I don't think you can, frankly, I don't think you should ever try to impersonate somebody who you're denigrating. Yeah, I think you should, that's really something, you know. I impersonated Barack Obama and I wasn't denigrating him. I did it in blackface. I'm not a denigrator. And I can tell you, I was trying to get people to be aware that I wasn't charging him with being black. I was saying he was a New World Order puppet and controlled by corporations. And I was making a satire out of it. But Space Shuttle has something. Yeah, I can't play cartoons involving Ahab the Arab. Yeah, sorry. That's monetized. They'll monetize me. Ahab the Arab by Ray Stevens, yeah. His family would want to collect money on that. I did not see that, no. Anne, have you been doing that? Anne, why are you using the N-word all the time? What's your big deal with that? Because as you know, I don't like that. I consider that racist. You're laughing? Okay, I'm going to mute you. Thanks for reminding me I love fries. Yeah. And I'm only going to purge you because you repeated the word in the show. Yeah, Ann is a guy who thinks he wants to become a transgender. I think he's in the process of migrating in that direction. He's probably a cross-dresser who dresses up in his mother's panties or something. Just guessing, though. Yeah, a lot of cross-dressers are confused as to whether they should be transgenders. They are typically transvestites. And oftentimes they get caught in the netherworld of not knowing if they're a transsexual or a transvestite. Okay. New York Post, Mike Fulmer arrested on child porn charges. Yeah, I heard that was happening. Another corrupt pedo politician. Sounds like a storybook. Like Uncle Wiggily and the Children. Senator Fulmer and the children. Oh wow, he had child pornography on his website, on his hard drive. Pennsylvania State Senator Mike Fulmer, state senator, was busted Tuesday on child porn charges. Republican Senator Mike Fulmer, Republican of all, was charged with sexual abuse of children, possession of child pornography, and criminal use of communication facility with law enforcement. Found images of child porn on Fulmer's cell phone when they executed a search warrant at his Lebanon house. Officials said an investigation of the matter began after authorities received a tip that the user of the microblogging site Tumblr uploaded an image of child pornography to the site. That investigation led to officials to Fulmer's home. Defendant serves as a state senator, was entrusted to honor and represent his community in the Pennsylvania Capitol. Well, you know, at this point, he's innocent until proven guilty. We can't really verify. Apparently, somebody could upload to his cell phone remotely from outside his house. If somebody hacked into his cell phone and uploaded the porn pictures, the child porn pictures, to his cell phone via some remote location, he could be completely pinned with a crime without even having a chance to defend himself. So we're going to go with innocent until proven guilty until we get more information. That's what the law sees it. And I'm going to ask you to stop posting all these English BBC things. Thanks. Now you're done with Ahab the Arab. Now you're posting Armed Forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran. They have 523,000 active personnel. Yeah, another good reason not to have a ground war with Iran, like some U.S. officials are talking about. You know, they've got 523,000 active personnel. Yeah, and they're ready to fire their AK-47s. So I don't know where Donald Trump is going with the constant grandstanding, threatening Iran all the time. I would have relaxed the economic sanctions and told China I humbly apologize for the inconvenience that Meng, the CFO of Huawei, has experienced. Yeah, I really believe that we ruined our relationship with China over this ridiculous position Trump has with Iran. I didn't have to enlist. Luckily, we didn't have a war, but I was signed up. I have my all the pages of my selective service document on our website. Okay, so I'm going to pull this off the screen now that you know I have a plan, man with a plan, and I'm going to show you our website, americasthirdparty.com, and you can print this up to make a poster if you want. You just right-click the page and save the image on your hard drive, this image right here, and you can print it up in black and white. It'll work with black and white or color, and you can put that on a cardstock at Office Max for about $2. Yeah, pretty good deal. I think they print out in 15 by 30 or something. Yeah, some nice big size. And then you can put plastic over it if you want, laminate it. Put it on your sign, put it on your window, put it on your back of your car, wherever. Okay, so over here we've got the Vaughn live chat. As you can see, it doesn't play live on our show. I'd like it to play live, but it doesn't. Because Mark doesn't have the right HTML code, it won't play live. But you can go to our old site right here, this button right here, or to our store. You can buy any number of things, our book, our t-shirts, etc. And here's the old site. Takes you to my bio page. You click there and it brings it to the old site. We pulled this out of the grave because we were heavily DDoSed and attacked, and they virtually shut down our website numerous times. And we pulled the entire bulk of all the words back up and put it here. Anyway, the About David page has my birth certificate, live birth certificate, my mother's signature there, as well as my selective service documents from 1983. So unlike Barack Obama, I didn't copy these and forge them. They're real. All right. You can print them at Office Max, Office Depot, Kinko's, all kinds of places. They have full color you get full color on cardstock. And if you want to spend the money, laminate it. So you're up about $5-6. For $6, it's a pretty good thing to have. And you can put that even on cardboard and laminate it with cardboard under it. Okay, a lot cheaper than printing up a $50 sign and trying to, sell it. Anyway, let's jump into the beehive of information. Got an episode tonight on from Frontline from 2012 on cell tower deaths, proving to Meow TV that cell towers do cause deaths. Many people have fallen from the heights, and just the experience of being next to a cell tower can affect your brain. Oh, this is that thread. that Reddit thread of all the real phone numbers of Jeffrey Epstein's black book, in which Donald Trump is on there. So apparently you can get Donald Trump's real phone number, or at least it was real 10 years ago. I don't know what to do with that. Okay. Put that back where it's supposed to be. And, yep. For the third straight year, police suicides outnumber line of duty deaths. So something's going on there. Cops are killing themselves, or they're being killed. Again, we don't have any real oversight by Internal Affairs to give us solid numbers as to how many suicides have actually been murders. It's funny that not one single cop who's suicided has been declared a murder. That, to me, is Internal Affairs not doing their job. Oh, Kinko's doesn't exist anymore? Okay, I stand correct. Try Office Depot. Yeah, so because not one single suicide, and officers in duty right now, over 160 people, about 180 people have died by suicide. Not one has been ruled a murder. Isn't that suspicious? Look at the empty statistic, the statistic you can't read. And that's very strange. Yeah, no one's been murdered in the police force. So the police never do anything wrong, and they never get any call each other out, and somebody just comes back from the blue curtain and blows somebody away because they're going to speak out about corruption. That never happens, amazingly enough. So cops are absolutely guiltless. Yeah, and these people are just killing themselves left and right. Sean Meredith. This is exactly why states are proposing bans. Okay. Michigan is $7 billion in bad tobacco bond debt, according to Mike Bloomberg. Wall Street, that's right. He wants you smoking so he can make his money back. The great state of Michigan, you government is lying to you. All right, yeah, exactly. They're losing revenue on cigarette sales. All the democratically led states, Michigan, New York, now Illinois, probably California and Oregon, Washington next, are banning e-cigarettes because they really want cigarette sales to increase. Now, that's not the Democratic Party of the old days when they cared about actually people, smoking too much. It seems like the Democrats want us to actually smoke more now. That's why they're getting rid of e-cigarettes. And they want more tax revenue. Yeah, the 80s and 90s Kinko outlets in urban centers across America were catch basins for writers, artists, punks, insomniacs, scam artists, people living. Okay, forget the word Kinko, okay, because I think some of you think it's some sort of a kinky fetish term. You'll probably go look up Kinko sex on your fetish free porn site that you go to every night. Oh, you're going there? Okay. Yeah, a lot of taxes on cigarettes, and those Democrats are really upset they can't get a lot of revenue to pay themselves back for all the money they've taken from the coffers of these states. The Democrats are the worst offenders in overspending. They're the big wasters. They're wasting the hell out of every single dollar that they get. They have taken us down the road to ruin. We look at the monthly Treasury statement, and now it's over the top. I mean, Trump is overspending by $1 trillion a year, and the Democrats now want to overspend an additional $340 billion a year. I'm not talking about our budget. I'm talking about them overspending beyond our budget. So I think, aside from cheating in the election and misuse of power, Donald Trump is also guilty of overspending like the Democrats. But the Democrats are by far the worst offenders out there. So the current issue is August of 2019. You can take a look at a PDF copy of this. Final Dream says the IP the guy posted is dead. Really? Yeah, we got the Yeah, we got the story about him charged with child abuse, but what do you mean his IP is dead? And by the way, Senator Mike Fulmer is a grandfather of 7 kids. Yeah. So now it's looking more, I don't know. They found it on his phone. It just, I don't know. The same thing happened to that Saudi prince. They found it on his phone. Yeah, the devil's in the details, and people who don't look at the monthly Treasury report usually are damned to repeat it. See the money we received, the light green right here? That's the money we received. You can see it's hardly enough to cover this. This is the money that's going out. This is Social Security. This is Medicare. I should do this in Ross Perot, the late Ross Perot. Now see here. Now you're spending $88 billion a month on Social Security. $85 billion on Medicare. $64 billion on defense. Another $49 billion on general health care. And income security, $45 billion. And net interest on the debt, $35 billion. Now that's the big one right there. See? Now here you go again. Talking about the debt and the interest on the debt. Ross Perot was great. He was one of the best. I don't do gay impersonations. No, that's... You're talking about the guy who's having too much soy in his diet? Yeah, that's a person who's troubled with their sexuality. Okay. Yeah. Finally, something of relevance to our show. A former hacker warns against password reuse. Okay. Welcome to the Common Sense Forum in the show, where we just kind of use common sense and say, you know, I think somebody's using my password. Especially when you use passwords like 123456 and QWERTY and this 30-year-old hacker from Arkansas at age 17 began phishing celebrity MySpace accounts and using them to send internet marketing spam. After earning $5,000 per week, he evolved to hacking millions of emails, forums, and social media accounts. He used the list of login credentials to target accounts automatically. He accessed account credentials in numerous ways, including hijacking Yahoo session cookies. Wow, that's pretty sophisticated. By the end of his run, he had 168 million login credentials, and he'd earned $1.4 million. Huh. He cooperated with the FBI, gave up a black hat colleague, and received a 17-month prison term in federal work camp. When he gets out, he'll be hired by the NSA, earning $150,000 a year. There you have it. Hackers gone wild. Thanks, great show. I believe you can print at Staples. Yeah, just call and see if they have a printer, and they'll be able to print that poster. Yeah, just send that image to them and ask to put it on a 15 by 20, I think. The exact price to print the sign, let me do Office Depot, because that's the most prevalent. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be giving me any printer rates. Yeah, unfortunately, I believe it's $2 to print the poster on cardstock in color. It could be $3. And then a lamination job may run you about $5. So you're out the door maybe $6 to $7. My sign is in the cloud. It's called americasthirdparty.com. Just go there and you can print that sign up. It's ready to go. So yeah, he now is being asked about the recent impeachment hearing. And the impeachment hearing yesterday was a disaster. And they say that the person who spoke out may serve contempt charges. So it doesn't look good for the Republicans who think that they can just continue to lie and deny anything involvement with the Russians, when it seems like Nadler has more than enough to pursue impeachment now. Facebook's new Portal device lets you place video calls on the TV. That's kind of cool. We knew this was coming. Connect does that kind of thing. Connect, you know, it can see your face, but yeah, it's a portal. It's going to be able to place video calls for you with it right from your TV set. It's kind of a cool idea. I'll leave that up for a Thursday. This article is spying on you. Really. The same news organization that does a great job reporting on privacy problems has privacy problems. Wow. Even articles that explain how the NSA uses Google cookies to pinpoint targets for hacking often include the same cookies revealed by Edward Snowden. Likewise, articles about Facebook and Cambridge Analytica often include Facebook tracking code, allowing Facebook to keep tabs on what people read. So if you're reading about them spying on you, they're keeping tabs on who you are. I'll be darned. That's worthwhile tomorrow too. Yeah, Google has somehow embedded into the Mark site. Mark apparently is using a bump signal out of Google. Misanthropy found it when he got into the backbone of the system on his sign, and he was looking at it with a program that's available, Wireshark, which you can look at all kinds of activity on websites with Wireshark. Okay, here's something that's relevant from Scissor Fight. The exact cause of Ric Ocasek's death has been revealed. Let's take a look. The former Cars musician, now dead at 75. Let's see what he died of.
The lead singer of new wave rock band The Cars has died. She's my best friend's girl. She's my best friend's girl. Ric Ocasek was found dead in his New York City apartment yesterday. The famed frontman leading The Cars to 13 top 40 singles last year. The band was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Not clear how he died, but no foul play suspected. Ocasek survived by 6 sons. He was 75 years old.
Okay, here it says he died from hypertension and arteriosclerosis, cardiovascular disease. Okay. Pulmonary emphysema was a contributing factor in Ocasek's death. So he just had a heart attack from emphysema. Probably years of smoking on the circuit, you know, led to the death of the great singer Ric Ocasek. Bummer for him and his family. Hey, on another level, let's move out of the impeachment hearing section. Yeah, I'll get to that a little bit later. 2 down, and there's a 3rd down. Cokie Roberts died, age 75 of breast cancer. So 3 people died, famous people died the past 3 days. A proposal by the Seattle area council member says that they want to spend $1 million busing program for homeless people to bus them out of the city. Ironically, we were talking about such an idea on our show. Now they're talking about doing it. So interesting. I'm not sure if we had any impact on it, but we talked about busing them just down to a park where they could just, you know, find a place to camp and tent, as opposed to living in the streets of Seattle and doing lots of Oxycontin and whatever else they're into.
Live on the streets of Seattle and King County.
Because what we've been doing in the past simply hasn't worked.
King County Vice Chair Reagan Dunn says it's time to start thinking differently.
What we haven't been having in Seattle are discussions about controversial policies.
Among several proposals Dunn is suggesting is a one-way, long-distance bus ticket for homeless people to reunite with family.
What we're trying to do is answer a call. 1 in 10 homeless folks have said they want family reunification. Let's answer that call by giving them the opportunity to reunify with family.
Dunn says organizations in the county already spend tens of thousands of dollars a year doing this. He wants to invest more. He's proposing $1 million toward the effort.
It's one more tool on our toolbox.
Last year, about 116 people were reunited with friends and family outside of King County.
Lauren?
You know, that's not a bad idea. If you can get people a free bus ride to their family, you'd be surprised. Yeah. Now, another bombshell from the Trump cabinet. Let's see what this is about. Thank you. Latvian girl's mole has something. Trump's communication with a foreign leader are part of a whistleblower complaint that spurred standoff between spy chief and Congress, former officials say. Wow, the whistleblower complaint that has triggered a tense showdown between the U.S. intelligence community and Congress involves President Trump's communication with a foreign leader, according to 2 former U.S. officials familiar with the matter. Wow. Trump's interaction with the foreign leader included a promise that was regarded as so troubling that it prompted an official in the U.S. intelligence community to file a formal whistleblower complaint with the Inspector General for the intelligence community, said the former officials, speaking on condition of anonymity, because they were not authorized to discuss the matter publicly. It was not immediately clear which foreign leader Trump was speaking with or what he pledged to deliver, but his direct involvement in the matter has not been previously disclosed. It raises new questions about the president's handling of sensitive information and may further strain his relationship with U.S. spy agencies. One former official said the communication was a phone call. White House declined to comment. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence and the lawyer representing a whistleblower declined to comment. But there was a credible complaint. And the acting Director of National Intelligence, Joseph McGuire, has refused to share details about Trump's alleged transgressions with lawmakers, touching off a legal and political dispute. So it turns out that Adam Schiff is behind the effort to kind of get this thing to the forefront. Joseph McGuire, isn't McGuire an Irish name? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, something's not right here. Well, it turns out that I tweeted about this today. I've noticed an anomaly in the Trump administration. This is my tweet. Is this the luck of the Irishman in the White House? Mike Pence, vice president, he's Irish. In fact, he met with an Irish person recently. The White House believes that Mike Pence, the vice president, has proven he's not anti-gay because he had lunch with a gay Irish prime minister. There he is holding the hand of a gay man. I actually tweeted, I said, so Mike Pence is pro-gay? Yeah, it says he's not anti-gay, so he's pro-gay, I guess. But anyway, look at the number of Irishmen. Mike Pence, Patrick Shanahan, acting Secretary of Defense, Mike Mulvaney, acting Chief of Staff, Robert O'Brien, now the acting National Security Advisor, and Joseph McGuire, Director of National Intelligence. I mean, this is like attack of the Irish mob. What the hell? I mean, whatever's going on in the White House, it looks pretty shady to me. Wow, they're all Irishmen. What are the chances that he'd have a cabinet full of acting Irishmen? Well, whatever. If you're not concerned, I'm not concerned either, because I like Irish people. Yeah, I met an Irish woman when I was 18. Unbelievably beautiful woman. And super friendly, and gosh, I fell for her. I immediately wanted to take her out. But she had a boyfriend back in Ireland, and I respected her wishes. Yeah, chat's starting to pick up, yeah. I would never throw TV out of the window like famous actors have done. No, I would never do that. I don't disrespect TVs. I grew up behind a TV, so I wouldn't want to disrespect them. And back in my day, the TVs were big. I mean, we're talking major big, heavy, CRT, cathode ray tubes. You don't throw those out the window. TVs will eventually be wafer thin and they'll be roll them out. I bet they'll have a TV in a roll next year or the year after. No, I haven't had any ratings drop at all. That's not true. I think what people are realizing is we need a new political movement, and the more people talk about it, the more people want to come in here. The dang show was shut down last week because we had so many hits on this channel at Vaughn that they couldn't even handle the traffic. It was completely shut down. You saw it. I don't think CRTVs are better than 4Ks. I don't think so. Fair bite. How do you justify that? The CRT TVs didn't have anywhere near the resolution. There were older TVs that, didn't really work as well, like compact fluorescent. I have a few of those in our house, actually. We're still using the CFLs. The LEDs that are out are much lower dirty energy. The thing is, compact fluorescent lights produce dirty energy, whereas LEDs do not. Really? It's proven? Okay. Well, if you think it's proven, then I guess I have to stand there and say, oh yeah, CRTVs are way better. Nobody wants a CRTV. They just leave them in the dumpster now. No, that's not true. That's a big... Mark had to come up with a quick answer to why the site crashed. So he came up with a lie and said that emoji software was being installed. That's just total BS. Mark can't cover the fact that he literally got swamped by people requesting access to this channel. Why did I go down and no other channel went down if he was installing it to the site? How come no other channel went down but mine went down? Explain that based on your emoji answer. Well, you're sparing my time by wasting my time with unlimited links. It's endless looking at your links from British Columbia or wherever the hell you are. Oh, I'm sorry, the UK. It's costing us a lot of, downtime. Here's a guy shaking an audio hallucination fit on subway. Here he is. This guy's freaking out, dude. I saw a guy do this at my laundromat this weekend. Wow. Talking to himself, yeah. Freaking out.
World star.
So apparently this guy became a world star uploader by just videotaping a schizophrenic having hallucinations. That's just taking advantage of the people that are weak and suffering. It's not funny to make fun of people, No, that was a lie. Only my site was affected. Only my Vaughn channel was affected. Mark can't explain that. 2 quad burgers and 4 salads, that's good. And you did the whole thing though? You had the 8 patties? Okay. I've got a guy who's 400 plus pounds over there. He orders from McDonald's every night. They deliver. And I'm trying to get him into more salads because he can't stop eating and he's just filling himself up every night. But the salads are going to help you. They'll keep your overall weight down. What I want you to consider, Guest 316, is migrating to lower carbohydrates, generally speaking. That's where I want you to go. So no fries, no chicken McNuggets. Get the burgers; they're fine as long as you got to get your burgers in. But go to the salads for sure. All right. No, the show never went down as a result of Mark updating the emojis because our site was the only one that it happened to. It was an attack, and that's why it wasn't just an attack. It was actually people wanting to get into the show. The number of people around the world that want to communicate and chat is growing daily, and I can't give them an opportunity to do this because we are struggling to find another chat platform that protects IPs from people. Yeah. So this man had 8 patties and he's full. He had 2 quad burgers, and a quad burger at McD's is, now some people are starving to death and you're living high on the hog on your Bitcoin money. He apparently invested in Bitcoin, so he said thank goodness he has Bitcoins. He cashes them out and buys his quad burgers at McD's. Let's take a look at what they look like. This is what he ate. Nice. So you had 2 of these. It's not so secret anymore. Yeah, you get the bacon on top. So you had probably a quad burger has, how many calories, I wonder? 2 of those. And I don't know what the number of calories are. I just, yeah. It's got to be over 770. Anyway, don't worry. You just had about 2,500 calories minimum if you had the salads with all the dressing. He has lots of money he got from Bitcoins, and he wants to remain fat, really overweight. That's his choice. I've been trying to talk him into salads and less carbohydrates. He's very stubborn, and he doesn't want anyone to tell him what to do. So he's going with this concept. But I think getting salads in there is a good move. Good job. Congratulate yourself. Okay. I have 1 sign up right now. Yeah. Thank you. I should do the Twitch show. I'm going to go ahead and set that up for tomorrow night, I think. We're going to try to get back on Twitch. It's been actually a Technology Thursday. I'll start it at 6 because I have to do the cooking show first. But I'm going to try to get on 4 networks tomorrow. Periscope, Twitch, Vaughn, and iVlog. So I'm on Vaughn, iVlog, and Periscope right now. Yeah, and I don't have a gut, and that's why I try to, keep people from getting a gut. If you have a gut where it's like folding over in your stomach area, that's a bad sign that you're headed in the wrong direction. Are you getting a gut, Howie? Are you starting to look fat and overweight? So you feel like you're being raped every time you come here? Just use pop-out chat and our Periscope link, man. Yeah, see, custom magnetic car signs are 17 by 11 are $29.99. Who has $29.99 to put into a sign? I doubt you're ripped, dude. No, from what I gather, you eat a lot of GMO food. You're probably sporting a couple inches on your belly. I'm not trying to fat shame you, Howie, but it's pretty obvious you're lying. We have a low profile at our neighborhood. When I ran for a local election, Sarah ran for a local election, we encountered a lot of prejudice against third parties. I'm not going to waste $30 on a magnetic sign, no. And it will demagnetize your credit cards. Do you want that? Yeah, sure you are. You're ripped. Right, sure. Sure you are, Howie. You haven't seen Howie. Nobody's ever seen Howie. Send me his picture. Let's take a look at him. If you're so proud of his ripped body, send me his picture. Yeah. I think Howie and Fairbite are sporting a little bromance going on here. Are you guys hooking up behind the local bathrooms, public bathrooms in your park or something? Are you planning a little evening together? Yeah. I can see you guys are like giving each other a reach around. The $2 sign, well, it's a $6 sign, but I will try to find, geez, Staples might have it. Yeah, products and prices. Okay, printing and Staples. Let's do Staples. We're going to see Staples has a price schedule here we can take a look at. Copy and print. Lamination. 3 mil pouch. Ledger size. Letter. Legal. 20 by 30 posters, $21.99. That's too much. Okay, letter size, lamination, $3.19 for a ledger. Legal size. So if you go 8.5 by 14, you can get the legal size laminated for $2.59. A color copying 8.5 by 14 of the sign, you can print it out 8.5 by 14 if you want. Standard color, only 62 cents. So put it on cardstock, that's another 50 cents. So you're at $1.02 if you print it in cardstock and have the ledger covered. But I'm telling you, Office Depot does the lamination for under $5, and the color copy of 15 by 20 for a total of $2.50. So out the door at most $7.50. Thanks. Well, again, I can give you the links to Staples so you can review that, but I'm thinking Office Depot has a better deal. Mark is not to be talked about. He has a friend named T. Rucker who faked his death, and now he pays the guy at the Ghost Show to talk to him. $2,000 that guy makes. So don't post any information about them here. Thank you. No balding at all. No. That's a full head of hair, man. Hey, and by the way, tonight is the Wig Wednesday. If you want to, I can wear a wig if you want. But this is my real hair. This is not balding. There's no balding happening, man. I know you'd like to think that, but that's not happening. Yeah, they have a link to upload the files, yeah. And you can even email your local Office Depot and email them that picture. Here's Keith Richards drunk.
Is the cable off? It is,
He can't get no satisfaction.
Okay. That's it. Yeah. Television's boring anyway.
Let's make sure there ain't nobody there.
Can we come a little bit this way so as we make sure we hit the garbage area?
Oh, so they throw a cathode ray TV out the door. Okay, I'm not going to watch this reckless behavior from the Rolling Stones. Thank you. No, I think they'll actually print it out for you. I've actually print those. Yeah, I'll wear a wig at 9 p.m. if you want. If it makes you feel better. I like my hair. I'm just so glad it grows, you know. I prefer a light, short haircut. I really do. I'm living in a Navy town. I want to fit in. Of course, in order to fit in, I'd have to be a transgender, I think, to really quite make it. Yeah, thank you, Misanthropy. Yeah, we get a lot of comments about the avocado hair. I don't want to be boring you guys, so I'll talk about things that are relevant to all of us, but I don't really have the the story from yesterday that I had in my video library regarding the impeachment hearings. So let me see if I can pull something up out of history. Yeah, so Lewandowski is the one who actually committed multiple counts of apparently a contempt of court, not willing to speak, won't talk to the press. This isn't the press. This is a House investigation into impeachment. They sparred back and forth, this guy did. Various people in court. He's very hesitant to say anything. And I don't know how many people in the world have a mouth that looks quite like a sphincter than he does. You know? It sure looks like a sphincter to me. I mean, yeah, so we're looking at an inability by the Republicans to even talk about all their connections to Russians. And Nadler's shocked. He's going, oy vey, I need another lox and bagels to get through the afternoon. This is too much. I can't believe how difficult this is. Ach, the Lieber. Let's take a look.
And you were a policeman at one time, so you know something about the law and about following the law. Didn't you think it was a little strange that the president would sit down with you one-on-one and ask you to do something that you knew was against the law? Did that strike you as strange?
I disagree with the premise of your question, Congressman.
You weren't a policeman?
I didn't think the president asked me to do anything illegal.
You didn't think it would have been illegal for you to ask Mr. Sessions to drop the investigation and to just go on to future presidents and omit everything with this president and go ollie ollie in free? We're going to start with the next one about colluding with Russia. You didn't think that was illegal to obstruct justice?
Congressman, the president didn't ask me to do anything illegal.
It says, I know that I recused myself from certain things having to do with specific areas, but our POTUS is being treated very unfairly. That's what he told you to write down, and that's what you wrote down. And I'll continue. He said he shouldn't have a special prosecutor counsel because he hasn't done anything wrong. Now, that's what he wanted you to deliver to Attorney General Jeff Sessions, correct?
I believe that's an accurate representation.
And he wanted you to deliver it to Jeff so that Jeff could say it to the people, right?
I believe so.
And you felt kind of squeamish, like that fish that you are trying to be right now, being scaled. You felt a little squeamish about delivering that message, correct?
No, sir.
Well, why did it take you so long and you never even delivered it?
Correct, I never delivered the message.
Yeah, you chickened out.
I went on vacation.
You went on vacation. And so you put the message in the safe, in your home for safekeeping, correct? Before you went on vacation.
Wow, we didn't hear that last night. So this guy refuses to talk. His mouth is tighter than a massive constipation load. Yeah, he's unable to move that mouth. I don't know how you make a face like that. Whatever. Thank you for that. At least we got that testimony. Hillary's still pissed off about losing the election.
To prevent certain people from voting in that election. Voter purging is another form of voter suppression. Between 2012, when President Obama ran, and 2016, when I ran, 12 million voters were purged from the rolls. They were purged in Wisconsin.
She still won with a popular vote, with 12 million votes purged. You know, if only she would just talk about all the Clinton Foundation activities with Haiti and answer a lot of the questions we still have about Benghazi and those emails, she'd probably run again. I wouldn't doubt it. She probably has enough support in the Democratic Party to win over Bernie Sanders yet again. Hillary, if you're listening, why don't you run again? I'm sure Donald will try to beat you again. Yeah. Well, the Democrats can't do anything. They can't even pull off an impeachment. Okay. Trump is signing his name on the Mexico border fence. Here we go. Yeah, I'm going to sign my name. I'm so important. This is not a fence. It's slats. It's like, how can you call this even a wall?
This has been a very exciting project, as you know. It's for many years people have wanted the proper wall, and we have a wall that the likes of which very few places have ever seen. I wanted to show you some of the details of the wall. You can see a pretty good view. This is going to be close to 500 miles by the time we finish. Those are the areas that are most important. After we're completed that should be done pretty close to next year. It'll be over 400 miles, and we think we can get it close to 500 miles by the end of next year, depending on certain terrain conditions. But we're doing all of the most important areas. We have a lot of natural barriers like mountains and streams and rivers, and some pretty vicious and violent rivers, actually. But it's an amazing project, and as one of the folks just said, it really is virtually impenetrable. Any walls that were put up would get knocked down very quickly, very easily. This wall is not something that can be really knocked down. I guess anything can, but this is very tough. And it goes down 6 feet. It's 3 and 4 feet wide. The concrete, you see it right here, it's exposed. This wall can't be climbed. This is very, very hard. And what the panel does on top, as I said, is structural, but it's also very hard to get by that panel. Plus, it's designed to absorb heat, so it's extremely hot. The wall is, you won't be able to touch it. You can fry an egg on that wall. It's very, very hot. Very easily, this wall is not something.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I'm glad that you can fry an egg on it. But the fact of the matter is, there is a method by which these people are jumping the design of the wall. And it's pretty serious that they've got the ability to do this. Yeah, let's show you what we're dealing with here. A lot of Mexicans have climbed over these walls. They're not that hard to do. And the big thing that really comes to mind is, here's a Mexican congressman climbing over the U.S. border to illustrate how it's done. But one of the big things they can do, let me zoom in on this.
Now with our Chief Global Affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz.
Mexico saying, we don't want that wall built. And
yeah, what I wanted to do is show you how easy it is. These vertical slats are very easily separated with a rock. So I'm going to illustrate how this can be done. I'm not teaching people how to do this, okay? I've never done it myself, but it has been done. And what they do is they take rocks that are indigenous to the area, and this design is very flawed for this reason. They stick a rock right here and wedge it in. You can take another rock and push it in and bend the bars a little bit. Get another rock right here, wedge it in. Another rock right there, wedge it in. You get the point. You basically create a ladder going right up the thing with rocks. It's very simple, really. So putting a slat fence in was the stupidest thing he could have done. My idea of a container fence is much more impenetrable and costs a lot less, $1 billion, whereas his $3.6 billion, 175-mile swash of territory he's covering for $3.6 billion is a total waste of money. These containers can be greased down. The sides can be greased. For real. We can spray hydrophobic material on them with it, completely repels water and dust. And on top, we could put rolls of concertina wires glued in or welded in. Yeah, the height is ridiculous. This would be 13 feet high. His wall is, what, 15 feet high? 4 feet down? Is that what it is? Bottom line is he's wasting money. He's using his contractors to do the job, and it's just going to be too little too late. We're not going to be able to keep up with the constant flow of illegals coming from the border. And it's because of the population increase down south of the border that this is happening. Good point. Guest 803 made a point. They can use magnets to scale these container walls. Well, not really, because if a magnet hits the container wall and goes up the container wall, we'll know. Yeah, we'll have sensors inside the containers to know that they're trying to scale up with magnets. We'll test the magnetic field emanating from the iron itself in the container wall, and they can use magnets on that wall too. NBC News Climate Confessions. I'm not Tom Brokaw. NBC News Nightly News. Ask Americans to confess their climate change sins. Oh, I farted once. Does that mean I'm causing climate change? I drive to work even though there's a bus. It's almost as fast. I often feel I have good excuses. Liberals are coming out of the closets, bending over, greasing up, and acting like they're the cause of climate change. Isn't this sad? God. And all the while, our entire climate change problems are caused by elitists dumping chemicals on our head. It's amazing how stupid the American people are. Oh, that's wacky to think that they're dumping chemicals in the air. Oh no, you're a whack job. You're a conspiracy theorist to think that they're spraying chemicals on you. I'm more likely the flatulence is the cause of climate change. You know? That's what they want us to believe. These are not vape trails. These are chemtrails. I did not invent the paperclip. My family invented the spoon. Ergo, the name Spoonheim. Yes, we're not charging you royalties, though. Have no fear. There are no royalties near. Who's cashing in on warming climate? Well, you're in Maine. Some see the melting ice to the north as an opportunity. Sure thing. Yeah, sure. Portland, Maine, a less icy Arctic is coming, and generally speaking, that's not a good thing. Climate change is warming this region twice as fast as the global average. Wow. Really? Some of the Arctic cargo ships. People of Maine want in. Public and private interests in the state are working to build trading relations with other Arctic and Arctic nations and communities. They're going to be doing more Arctic mining with global warming changing the Arctic dimension. And more fossil fuel exploration in Maine. Maine is not, strictly speaking, in the Arctic, but a few things have happened to reorient the state's compass north. They persuaded a major Icelandic shipping company to move its North American headquarters to Portland from Norfolk. That's interesting. Within 4 years, Eimskip went from bi-weekly journeys between Portland and Reykjavik, Iceland, and parts of Canada to making them every week, taking Maine cranberries, wood pulp, candles, and more abroad, and helping the trade of Maine. Well, sure, Maine's trying to cash in on the climate change. Sure thing. Okay, now those lobsters are moving up to Canada now. Oh my gosh, how would I get over this? And I'm just a fat American. I can't do this. Your average American would say, yeah, I can't make it over that wall. It's a very, very big wall. I couldn't get McDonald's to deliver McDonald's hamburgers over that wall. So yeah, a lot of Americans don't do anything, so they don't realize how hungry these people are down south. They're willing to come up here and take your jobs and do whatever else they want to get just to survive. Most of this is an economic crunch on South American nations with rising population. And you can thank the Vatican for that. They instilled this concept that Mexicans need to always have babies. Oh yeah. And you're muy machismo if you have multiple wives, you know. And have muy niños. So sí. Many women and many children is muy macho. And this mentality has been perpetuated by the Vatican. It started back in the old days of Juan Perez Serra, when he came up through California and started instilling all these areas with a desire to spread the Vatican message of go forth and procreate. So these people just don't want to have condoms on, and they think it's a sin to have a condom. So they're just having more kids, and that's why we have a border crisis. And if you think that Beto O'Rourke is going to stop this when he takes down the wall, he's not. Beto O'Rourke wants to tear down our existing wall. So I'm with Donald on this. If he wants to build this thing, build it. If you want to steal the idea of 1,000 miles of fencing and call it a wall, build it. Do it, Donald. Get it done. I don't want to deal with it when I become president. They can no. There's a couple areas that have been really open. But the border needs to be shored up, man. This is my idea. You're not going to be able to take me down from the idea that I believe has to happen. We have to protect our border. If there's a disaster in the southern portion of Mexico or even central Mexico, Mexico City, people are coming up north and they're going to be storming over our country's border. What are we going to do? Donald Trump and the Republicans will probably shoot on sight. It'll be a bloodbath. I just want to be able to deter this problem while we sort it out. I don't want to give people no answers either. I mean, the border that I envision will have solutions. We'll have tiny houses constructed in these containers. Each layer could have a tiny house inside. We could easily have lots of people that live there, and in my imaginary world, everything is very special. Everything is beautiful. But no, seriously, we could easily have water running parallel to the wall with the Ocean Pipeline Project. We're right near the Rio Grande. We could easily desalinate salt water at the open ports on the west and east coast. We could easily bring fresh water in. It's not like these people are going to go without food. We have a food drop solution as well. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, I think we could get people necessary supplies when they need them. I don't believe we're doing enough. This food aid concept that I came up with in 2009 is still very viable. You have been removed from the show. And because I read chat about 600 times faster than you can even write chat, I'm able to kick people out of the room that don't understand what I'm talking about in lickety-fast time. Thank you. Lickety-split. So food and water is essential. We need this right now. We're not getting it. This is the future, and I deliver the future. So anybody criticizing my hair will get the same response. You'll have to read my lips to hear what I said. Yeah. I shut the sound down. I do lip reading sessions for people that want to join the CIA. Yeah, or maybe I'll try the smaller wig. I did this one last week. This fits my head really tight. Yeah, we'll do that coming up at 9 o'clock. Yeah, I have lots of ideas for the country, and I can tell you, we talked about Mike Fulmer, the Republican charged with child porn charges, but they found it on his phone. It's highly unlikely a state senator is walking around with porn on his phone. Anybody can inject porn onto your phone while you're walking by a kiosk. So I'm almost thinking that this guy's, right now he's got the grandfather of 7 kids. I don't think putting people to death is the way I think charging felonies against people hiring illegals is the way to go. I agree with you there. I'm never going bald, obviously. I mean, I've got lots of hair, so I have no need to worry about going bald. But there are people who are really old that do, worry about balding. And when I reach that ripe old age, however old that is, I may have to, wear a wig someday. So I figured I'd have a couple wigs online in case, I had a fire in my hair or something like that. So the stupid, it burns, yeah. That way I could always replace my hair with you know, a wig. I don't use anything to grow my hair. This is a wig I wore one night. It's a long wig, but I don't think putting people to death on national TV is going to really deter people from things. Do you really want to go back in time? Because back in the old days, they actually threatened people with death. My white shaggy wig. So let's decide what we're going to do tonight. This is the short wig that I wore last week. So this will be number 1. Press number 1 if you want this, and number 2 if you want this. Number 1, number 2. Okay, you decide. This is Wig Wednesday. You, the people, can decide. 1, 2. You like 2 better? Thanks. I like 1. It's tighter, but 2 makes me look more like a, clown. There's no scalp. You can't see a scalp. No. I have a high brow here. Yeah, you're mistaken. Okay, so it's number 2 wins. 1 wins. I'm going to go with 1. I agree. 2 is just too big, I think. I always wear 1. Should I do 2 then? Okay, I'll do 2. You've decided 2 it is. Okay, 2 is the okay. Then I'm putting the small one away. I'm using a little plastic bag to delicately protect this. This one cost me $39. It was the second one I bought. This one cost me $14.99. That's a pretty good deal. It was made in Germany. Astro Dave coming up at 9 o'clock.
Amber wants her wet food.
Okay, I'll give her the wet food.
I put her bowl in the sink in the bathroom.
Okay, this isn't Halloween yet. I'm not wearing any kind of This is Wig Wednesday. Okay, Sarah's here. I was showing people how they can climb up Trump's wall very easily, and he's just so proud of his wall. It's kind of funny. And look at the budget. Now, let me show you that. We are really kind of going in reverse. I mean, look at our source of income in light green, and look at our outlays in dark green. I mean, isn't this ridiculous? We are really, we're almost double spending what we earn. It's ridiculous. I mean, this has never, ever been so bad. Our country's careening toward massive overspending, and it weakens the dollar when that happens, no matter what the stock market does. Yeah, I'm going to pass on that one. Sarah is here. I'm going to do the dinner thing, and I'll be back. Amber's going to get some food.
Interest, $35 billion.
Yeah.
Ms. Anthropy thinks if things regress, things would improve. I don't know, Marksman. I saw a guy that had the hair implants. I'm not sure that was so good. Hello, another brother. Okay. I know, but I don't want to. Wait, why did you give me the Vice article? I thought you had given me the Vice article. Highlighted section, the first one. Okay, I'm going up. Yes, reading comprehension does seem to be shutting down the moment taboo topics enter the discourse. That's true. I'm a teacher. And it's true, I did not read all of what Stallman wrote. And I am a little, I'm definitely biased when it comes to issues of that nature. Alright, Dark Engine recently discovered neutron star is almost too massive to exist. Wow. Eight-year-olds. Well, actually 7 and 8-year-olds. Mostly 7-year-olds that are turning 8. Fair bite. Interesting. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill. About at least an hour, about an hour a day is spent as a teacher. Well, an hour a day at least. I should say not about. At least an hour a day is spent on reading comprehension. I never accused Stallman of anything, so I'm not going to apologize. You see us on YouTube, but you're afraid to turn it on? Okay. 2 Italian sandwiches on the way from Domino's? Oh, wow. You're very hungry. You want them to hurry up. Italian sandwiches. Is that like salami and stuff? I don't like salami. Yeah, an hour a day, and they still, yeah, you're right that anyway. You're right. I mean, we do need to engage more with comprehension. And people do tend to be, the thing is that people don't really comprehend things when they get their, when they flip their lid, or, you know, their emotions get involved and take over. It's delicious. Well, I am not a fan of salami, at least not cold. No, I just don't like salami or bologna. I do think that's true, Misanthropy. And I wonder if it's all of the different, well, like me, I'm going back and forth between 2 chat rooms. I'm like responding to Tiddly D, and then I'm responding to you, and then I'm responding to someone else that chatted something. And I mean, that seems kind of like attention deficit, because there's so much coming at me and I'm trying to like respond to it all. Anyway. David does not have a telescope. I would probably be using it more often. I would use it if he had it. The only thing I would just like I don't like any of those meats on a sandwich myself. Pepperoni, spicy salami, and ham. For some reason, I do like salami on a pizza, but I don't like salami on a sandwich. Seems like I need a staff member to take care of stuff. What do you mean?
When people are asking me for are you planning on playing any other games on this channel? I do play other games sometimes. I'm currently working on it with a potato PC, so it will shout, "I can hear you shitting," which is very embarrassing for everyone involved. My hand is just doing that on its own. Like, what's going on with me? And he listens to a lot of rap music and.
Okay, I saw it. Is that me? No, that's not me. I don't even know why you would think that's me.
Like, when people are asking me for Instagram, they're actually asking if I have like a portfolio of softcore porn. They want to see if there are any sexy pics, and I just don't do that sort of thing. I don't have anything against people who.
What are you talking about? $1,000 an hour? She makes $1,000 an hour? What? Yeah, yes, you're right. 907 grease. If you're gonna eat something greasy, you need to eat it when it's hot. Maybe Misanthropy. Why are smart televisions sending data to you? TechSpot.com news. New studies find smart TVs sending sensitive data. To third parties. Something most of us already knew. Even when some of the devices are idle. Researchers from Northeastern University and Imperial College London found several smart TVs, including those from popular brands Samsung and LG, as well as streaming dongles, Roku and Fire TV, were sending data such as location and IP addresses to Netflix and third-party advertisers. Other smart devices that include speakers and cameras were sending users' data to dozens of third parties, including Microsoft and Spotify. A separate smart TV study by Princeton University found that some Roku and Fire TV apps were sending specific user identifiers to third parties, including Google. The Northeastern University study, which was conducted on 81 different devices in both the US and UK, found notable cases of information exposure, with Amazon, Google, Akamai, and Microsoft the most frequently contacted companies. Researchers did point out, however, that this is partly because these companies provide cloud and networking services for small devices. The team said third parties receive data such as device information, user location, possibly even when people are interacting with their TVs. So they might know when you're home and when you're not, said Professor David Schaffness, a computer scientist at Northeastern University, one of the paper's authors. Companies named in the report have defended the practices. Netflix said the information it receives from TVs that are not signed into its service is confined to how the app appears and performs on screen. I do like banana peppers. No, that's not how they're shaped, 907. I don't think so. I don't think third parties need to. I think third parties can resolve things. I know third parties are just people outside of the norm, is really what a third party is. In 2015, Samsung found itself in trouble when its smart TV privacy policy revealed that the devices were potentially eavesdropping on users and sharing the data. Another report from last year showed that 5 of the top selling brands of smart televisions tracked users' viewing habits even while they were not streaming. Researchers reveal a KNOB flaw that affects almost every Bluetooth device. And a Raspberry Pi was used to steal 500 megabytes of mission data from a NASA lab. Oh, that's fun for your fish. Are you taking all of this information, putting it together, Misanthropy? You're saying that's how I'm... Oh, you... Never mind. There you go. You could go drive for Domino's. Pretty good tips there. Is that your Misanthropy troll face? Top 5 AMD X570 motherboards. You ready to go AMD on your next build? And we can't blame you. 3rd gen. Well, what about 3rd gen instead of third party? 3rd gen Ryzen offers great options with core-rich CPUs at compelling price points. The new AMD X570 platform consists of high-end motherboards that enable PCIe 4.0 and M2 Gen 4 storage, along with other new features such as Wi-Fi 6, but expect to pay a premium for these. Hello, Bob. No, pizza delivery drivers get stiffed a lot. Oh, they run their own cars out, and that's why people quit. True. You could go pick up your Italian sandwiches instead of wanting them delivered. But I understand wanting them delivered. The best strategy games on PC. Ooh, I was reading about this. Strategy games. I really am loving this Innovators book by, I think it's Isaacson. It's very good. It goes back into history, and then it has like all these chapters, and right now I'm into the like who created the idea of packets. And before I was earlier this evening, I was listening about how like the first video games and Atari. I mean, it's really a great history of the internet. That's the best way to describe it. It's really good. I really like it. Really like it. A lot. Okay, the Acer Predator X35 versus Asus PG35VQ. Battle of the Ultimate HDR Monitor. Hello, Pedro's half-brother. I know, maybe we could go back in time and like... That's one of the reasons I was thinking of looking at this. Is because we could go back in time and start at a certain time and maybe we could do things better on the internet. You miss the old internet. Maybe we could go back to some of it. Here's a few books. The Discoverers too. Ooh. The Discoverers. I'll have to look at that one. You were a paid video game tester for Atari when you were a kid. How cool is that? I don't necessarily think going back is so bad. But, I mean, going back to go forward, maybe. Windows' latest fix for Windows 10 breaks something else. What's worse, CPU spikes or broken search options? The Acer Predator X35 packs the same specs as Asus's ROG PG35VQ, which we recently called the best monitor they've ever tested because it uses the same panel. It's a 35-inch ultra-wide 3440 by 1440 VA panel with up to a 200 hertz refresh rate, 1800R curvature, proper HDR and G-Sync ultimate support. And we've come a long way. Well, just arrest them and implement the old law already. Ooh, I know what you mean, Blue Crystal Love. You missed the internet when the internet felt like an accessory to your life rather than a necessity. So true. That is such a good, valid point. I mean, now it's like wow, look at all your monitors, Bob. Holy moly. You got me on one. You got, wow, you've got a huge gaming room. And they move. You've got them on all movable. I need to create a system like you got. Oh, is that your, wait, what's that up there that you were just moved? Is that your camera security? Thanks, Soul Child. I didn't say you were into that. Nah, that's a good point, Misanthropy. That's why I do believe in the death penalty, but I don't know about that for the death penalty, if that should be a death one. Alright, Borderlands 3 graphics benchmark. 60 NVIDIA and AMD GPUs are tested. They put down roughly 60 GPUs from both camps to check out Borderlands 3 performance. Oh, interesting. That's true. No, I'm sorry, Anita. That GR8 show has been posting links to some woman that he thinks looks like me, and in one of his links he said that the woman that he thinks looks like me gets $1,000 an hour. So I wasn't saying you did. Yeah, and that was that one shirt. I was talking about something else. Sorry. There's a attention deficit. Okay, Busy said they had all those viruses back then in the good old days of the old internet. You think I look like a woman named Adele that you went to school with, but you don't know what she does for work? You mean like the singer Adele? Misanthropy said, back then in the old days of the internet, the CIA had to spread viruses. Nowadays, your operating system is a virus. Okay. Okay, it was the person at your school, not Adele the singer. All right, gotcha. Ace Spade says, Sarah, what are your thoughts on Tom Hanks' performance in the movie Forrest Gump? Also, as an educator, would you classify Forrest Gump? How would I classify Forrest Gump? I'm not a doctor. Educators don't classify people as on the autistic spectrum. That's a medical diagnosis, not a educational diagnosis. I mean, educators work with kids who are diagnosed and try to support them in order to what's the word? The word is like eliminate impediments to their so that their disability might anything that their disability might their disability might not, if they're not able to receive the full benefits of an education, educators will try to minimize those impediments. But anyway, wow, interesting, Anita. You know what's going to happen when if they have $15 minimum wage? I just think the rich are going to get richer and the poor are going to get poorer. And what about the people that don't work at all?
Yeah, we're not here to judge people.
Sarah, you think I would be better with children than computers? Right now, I am better with children than computers.
I don't think anyone's perfect with computers. I mean, even the best people are probably just, living in the shadow of somebody better.
I do think the equity movement is legitimate.
Does the equity movement include getting your mortgage paid for by the bank, or?
No.
We can't read that. Sorry. Yeah, we'd have to scroll. No.
Oh, it still doesn't increase the picture.
No, it's not going to help. He sends us this pastebin stuff, and it won't be of any value because we can't read it.
He's saying that's what a virus looks like.
Yeah, luckily we don't have it on our computer. $15 minimum wage will just lead to everyone being put on part-time. Yeah, and a lot of restaurants are going under because of that as well, because they can't afford to pay the waiters and tips, Well, removing the impediments and leveling the field looks to me like the affirmative action bill repackaged as equity movement. So I'm going to say no to affirmative action and no to the equity movement. All right, thank you. The fact is, we've already had a leveling of the field. Affirmative action is clearly a racist activity. It judges white people for being white and treats them differently than anybody of different colors, and not judged on the content of our character, but rather the color of our skin, which completely goes opposite to what Martin Luther King Jr. talked about. So clearly there's a complete problem with the Democrats pushing for this all the time, including reparations. That's what you think? Okay, well, I think that. I don't believe we should have a leveling of the field since we've already done that. The field is level.
But sometimes it's not about leveling the field, but it is about removing impediments.
It is, and I'm saying double the Pell Grants for everybody and lower the cost of tuition at community colleges. Lock the
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Lock the tuition rate to the exact cost of the exact amount 2 Pell Grants equal, and always tell colleges that cash the Pell Grants that they cannot have a higher than 15% markup on their books. That will really piss off a lot of colleges. They charge like 50% more on their books, but lock that down to 15%, which is fair. You know, just for handling a fee, bringing books in. It's just amazing how much people get ripped off when they go to college. Absolutely can't really get rid of any kind of a degree. No. College is in and of itself its own accreditation system.
He was just talking about not getting rid of degrees. He's just like, he's saying specific degrees like this.
I can't do that, no. No, I think gender studies certainly qualifies as a science, at the very least, a social science. Remember, a lot of the fields of studies are just fictitious jokes anyways to start with. So look at the word sociology. It was developed by the Nazis. The Nazi sociologists were brought over in the 1940s and turned into U.S. sociologists. And they've been studying humankind and how we act socially ever since the concentration camps. So how is that a social science? It's not proven. It's not guaranteed that people act a certain way. But they think they have pretty much figured us out. We're not here to there's no contest here. We're not competing.
Yeah, exactly. I don't compute. That's cool. I like that techspot.com site.
Yeah, those are nice. Have you seen well, go ahead. Textbox.com.
It doesn't matter. No, it's just a website.
Does it provide text boxes or?
No, TechSpot. It's just like a
techbot
magazine.
Okay.
S as in Sam, P as in Peter, O as in octopus, T as in tango.
Test spot.
Tech.
Spot.
TECHSPOT. Who knows that? Who knew I would be talking so long about it? I just meant it's a good technology magazine.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Online magazine.
I'll check it out. Yeah, TechSpot. We'll do that tomorrow night. We'll open that show up and bring it in. Thank you, Sarah. So we've got 2 minutes to the wig. I'm going to get the glasses ready so we can get the wig going. Remind me in 2 minutes to get the wig on. Otherwise, I may go another half an hour without it. I really don't see why I even would wear a wig. I have great hair. I'm here for you. Let me give you my full self, and you can chat with me. California still had forced sterilization in the 1960s, yeah. I'm sure Ronald Reagan liked that too. Hey, Bob, you're a big Ronald Reagan supporter, right? Yeah, he shipped all the mental patients on the Greyhound buses, and they're thinking about doing that with the homeless. Yeah, today's Wig Wednesday. They're thinking about doing that with the homeless here in Seattle, giving them a trip home to their mom and dad, who probably, give them another shot. No one wants their family member homeless. And if these people can say, I live at so-and-so address, give them a ticket, send them home, My grandparents kicked me out because I was doing nothing. Big Joe Biden confronting Corn Pop. Really? Okay. Oh, no, this is just an animation of some... No, that's not... doesn't qualify. It has to be Joe Biden, not... Breaking news, Dave. The Navy just confirmed these UFO videos are the real deal. Yeah, I know. It's a sidetrack. They're distracting us from the real deal. And the real deal is... Yeah, it's not a UFO. This is called the alien agenda. It comes up whenever they want you to, look the other way. Yeah, this is a video that's been played over and over again. It happens every 3 months. They push this. It's called the alien agenda. They're trying to make you forget that we just, had a lot of problems recently with Iran and China. And, yeah, that's just their way of saying, hey, don't look here because you'll see too much corruption. So talk about aliens instead. It's just bread and circuses for all the lame masses. To, give them something to think about. A talking point. Like last week, it was the Stargate. It was the Stargate. It was unbelievable. Let me attach my earpiece. Roger Tlenier. We'll have complete contact with the alien forces shortly. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the video screen and watch what the government wants us to see.
It's rotated. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
Roger that. It's unclear how many sightings have been reported behind closed doors. Yeah, it could be all kinds of and more fear mongering from the alien agenda. Yes, the government has these ways of making us think we're all so freaky. That looks like Stuart from Mad TV, really. Oh, you're so kind. Okay, let's do this. Hey, I'm Dave. This was originally the Justin Bieber head that we put together back when Justin Bieber was, 15 years old. Yeah, this has been around a long time. As you know, I'm well over 150 years old. And I have to wear these gimmicks in order to make myself look younger. Hi, I'm Dave. Yeah. How are you? Boy, that's kind of weird. Definitely. Hey, Tiddly D brought food. What are you doing tonight? Let me guess. Little Caesar's double stuffed hot pizza with extra pepperoni. I'm amazed Sarah didn't bring home a pizza tonight. I'm kind of glad, too. Because, frankly, I don't need the carbohydrates. David, would blimp planes be able to make super low contrails? No. Blimp planes won't be dispensing chemicals on your head. You'll probably have to get ant and roach spray for that. Yeah. If you avoid, all of you people who are extremely obese, and I know who you're talking to here, generic obese person here. Alien forces here in the styrofoam form. But seriously, if you have a weight problem, the best thing for you to do, and this is a simple mind thing, like a on-off switch, is to lean away from carbohydrates and lean toward vegetables and solid proteins. It's like a mind shift. It's like away from carbos, onto vegetables, fruits, and meat. And as you know, the paleo diet, it involves more meat, less carbohydrates. David is Mare Bruno. No, I don't think I'm not Bruno. That's not me. Yeah, and I just want to address the fact that we have a lot of very big people in our room, and you guys are really you're at the baby step point in your life, and you shouldn't in any way feel bad about having gained a few extra 100, 300 or 400 pounds. It's not your fault for being overweight. It really isn't. And you're going, wait a second, Dave. I blame myself completely for overeating. That's why I hate myself. That's why I have to treat myself all the time with more food. No, it's not your fault. You've been eating carbohydrates that are completely engineered to create an addiction. It's almost like a heroin opioid. As it hits your brain, it sends those the good feelings, the epinephrine in your brain, all of a sudden hits that, oh, I feel so good. I just ate an entire pizza feeling. Yeah, and then that's where you're gaining the weight. They're creating genetically modified wheat that have 43 chromosomes versus traditional ancient wheat grains, which have about 17. There is no wheat named Vaj. There is no Vaj wheat. I've never seen, Stormy. Yeah, I've never seen Vaj wheat. Yeah. Anyway, the ancient wheat had 17 chromosomes, which made it a lot easier to digest. So, my mouth is moving. Can you make chemtrails? I think a lot of people are balding because of chemtrails. Now, as you can see, I've got a full head of hair here, so I have no balding problems. But yeah, Propecia is one of those things they offer people. Hey, this is Wasteful Wednesday. We can talk about Rogaine, Nogaine, or Wogaine. Yeah, I don't really care. Your choice. Well, the thing is, chemicals like selenium and strontium affect your roots and your hair. So the only way you can keep growing hair in this screwed up toxic environment is to continually force vitamins into your body. That's the only way to keep your hair. It's not as easy as you think. It's almost like you have to, keep on top of your vitamin dose. Eat vegetables, eat fruits, follow your 5 food groups, and then boost with vitamins. That's the only way you're going to keep your hair, because there's so many factors involved. The radiation coming from Fukushima. There's radiation all across the globe that's generally affecting our tissue in our head. So in fact, the ability to grow hair in lieu of losing hair is really a measure of how healthy you are. Oh, come on, I'm not Elton John, dude. No, he looks way better than me. You know that. He looks like Elton John. I think he stopped the tour, or is he going to continue? I'm not sure. Yeah, I think he may have decided to slow down a little bit. He had that respiratory infection recently. He canceled a couple of his tours last year, but there he is, the inimitable Elton John, Rocket Man, burning down the. Yeah, so and he's having a problem raising his children, and he has a similar nose to me. I could look just like him. Okay, this is my time to waste too, so what do you want to talk about? Trump pressing forward with the wall. I'm in favor of the wall, so I'm not a guy who you can say he's wasting lots of money on the wall, but he is diverting funds that could go to programs that would help people, and that's a bad thing. Elton John was at Epstein. You checked the notes, really? Elton John went to Jeffrey Epstein's house. Apparently there's a lot of stuff out there that Epstein has that has given him a vortex of power, which got him basically released from jail secretly at 4:30 in the morning in a white van by a guy wearing green fatigues. That's all we know. And he came out through the hallway that did not have any CCTV footage whatsoever. So there's an anomaly there at the Metropolitan Correctional Center. They don't have any valid proof of that one camera. So there was a time at which Jeffrey Epstein was taken out that night. Hey, a VW cab dragged out of its hibernation tent? Are you serious? Cool. 1968.
Hey guys, and how's it going?
Excellent.
Well, it's time to go move some stuff around and bring it over to the new shop, and one of them is the double cab.
Cool. I can't wait. Yeah, I used to drive a 1971 VW. I bought it from a couple guys from New York who had spent, gosh, I guess from his early, I guess it was about 7 years it had been in New York, in Brooklyn. And I acquired it. It was really all rusted out, and I rebuilt the whole thing. And man, that was good. I had about I'd say 25 pounds of Bondo on that thing. But it was a great van. I sold it to a woman as a blank canvas. I got rid of the hippie signatures and the peace signs on it, and I just went with a blank canvas of white. And somebody, dressed it up and did whatever they wanted with it, turned it into their art piece. I thought she was, kind of a cool hippie chick that bought it, and her brother was a VW mechanic, so it was nice. I'm sure it smells good today. Yeah. I remember building that. Custom built. So is he touring or not, Space Shuttle? Oh, my view of the entire Elton John concert right now. Oh, so he is touring right now. Wow. Check it out, everybody. Wow. Why did I buy a ticket? People suck. Oh, that's all you got? Well, I don't know. That's the Elton John concert. Yeah. Rocket Man. Thanks, Space Shuttle. So you didn't miss much. You got some chick dancing in front of you the whole time. Down in front, I know. It sucks to have a $300 ticket to have some woman constantly jumping in front of you, or in Howie's case, smelling in front of you. Howie smells women. He walks around and sniffs them. It's one of those weird fetishes that very few people. They used to have bicycle seat sniffers back in the day. My father told me he had a bicycle seat sniffer in his hometown in the Midwest. Everyone used to say, it's like he literally would go up and sniff bicycle seats. That's kind of how you'd be, Howie, right? When he step out, good. We can talk about him now. Thank you. Yeah, Fairbite says he's seen Howie, and he's ripped. That's pretty funny that he said that. Like you met Howie, dude. Yeah, right. Okay, let's get back to the impeachment hearing. What can we impeach Donald Trump on? Well, there's only two criteria that we really have to worry about. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Cheating in the election with Russia's help. We know now that Mueller did pass it on that Donald Trump knew that Russia had actually worked to help him in the election, and he didn't tell the FBI. That's cheating. And two, misuse of power. The case yesterday was all about how the guy ordered obstruction and was going to tell Jeff Sessions he couldn't use his position to prosecute. And that's when Jeff Sessions recused himself. So that was classic misuse of power. When Donald Trump recently told that Dan McGahn that he can't actually testify in the House hearing, that automatically was abuse of power. When Donald Trump told his son, Donald Jr., to flip testimony, to change it from helping the adoption kids in Russia to actually talking about where's Hillary's emails. That's a flip testimony. That came from Donald Trump. That's called witness tampering. That's a felony. You can't do that. And even Sarah Huckabee Sanders said publicly that Donald Trump weighed in on that. So we got major violations, more than enough to impeach, right there. But then you bring on all the collusion with the Russian oligarchs and how much money he got prior and how he's now preventing anyone accessing his tax returns. 10 years of tax returns One lawsuit's now pending right now. I think New York is going to get 8 years of tax returns. If they get it, they haven't gotten it. They're being stonewalled. So Trump is appealing again. So Trump is hiding something very big in those tax returns. That much we do know. You're going to talk about the subdural implant of horns in people's bodies, like installing horns in their head. Yeah, this is really weird stuff, folks. You know, the idea of modifying your body like this surgically is so sick. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not pro-LGBTQ. Yeah, I won't even play that, Sunchild. Yeah, I'm not going to play it. It's just too weird. It's like installing horns in your head. Okay, you've got an untouched abandoned house of a lonely man, and everything was left behind. Rare antiques. Wow. Hopefully this won't be me someday. Poor Dave. He's got all these antiques and he just passed on. Wow. 21 minutes of this. His false teeth are there. Oh, there's my false teeth. I think I have them right there. That's pretty trippy, man. Well, you know, nothing like waking up to reality. We'll be checking out some poor guy's life, looking back. That's before Meredith left him. With the fangs ready for Halloween. Trudeau says he's deeply sorry for doing a brown face in 2001. I wish he wouldn't apologize, because there's nothing to apologize about. You're welcome to do whatever you want, Justin. Yeah, even come out of the closet if you are indeed gay. I mean, people want to know. Yeah, a lot of people think that Justin Trudeau's gay, you know. Well, now he's got this to deal with, the blackface. Oh, the dreaded blackface. So what? So you use free speech. You have that right. Hear, hear.
Over vaping. Just today, India announced a total ban on e-cigarettes, joining Brazil, Thailand.
Everyone wants to make money on regular cigarettes. So the e-cigarettes are being banned. You know they're going to go to the black market. There's probably some truck, some 18-wheeler right now getting pulled over by some, you know, very big guys in New Jersey, you know. Hey, we got a truck of this e-vape. You guys can't even use it, so, you know, what do you care, you know? And then they'll be selling that stuff for 3 or 4 times the cost. I'm just saying, you know, they do exist. You look just fabulous, Dave. Thank you. Well, it's Wig Wednesday, and I thought maybe I'd bring out the big guns. You said to somebody on Twitch, watch the new Dangerous Vaping, and she went ape and banned me. Oh, really? Yeah, you know, I think a lot of people are upset that Trump pushed for vapes to be banned. The MAGA people, the Make America Great Again, are really more like Make America Vape Again. So I'm opening up the MAVA group. I'm announcing it today. Make America Vape Again. Okay? I know. So the MAVA group has been born. I'm going to work on a t-shirt over at Spreadshirt. Well, let's be clear. Anyway, both of these qualify. Misuse of power. Got that covered. Obstruction of justice, that type of thing. And then, of course, cheating in the election. That's all they need for impeachment. Those are the only criteria they need. And this is from the words of Nadler himself. So, make no mistake about it. Make America vape again. And I think Americans really need to relax the standards on vaping, not increase them. Remember, hundreds of thousands of people die of cigarette smoke every year. We haven't banned cigarettes. Why would we ban vaping when only 3 people die? And we don't even know if that was a case of murder. Howie, that's very disrespectful. We talked about that. And lying about your ripped abs is not appropriate. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I ban you? Well, I'll unban and then remute. Keep it up, buddy. Make America vape again. Found this untouched abandoned house is a good one. I'm going to definitely be looking at that tonight. And the VW is really a good fix-up. You know, I like the idea of fixing that up. Yeah. You never know. You know, sometimes, now I do a thing on this particular night. I've got some time where I actually go to Craigslist and show you guys how easy it is to get an RV. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take my time here and go to a recreational state like Michigan. Now, I've talked about the budget, the monthly treasury report. We're screwed. Our country borrows more money than they could even imagine. Our nation's being run by buffoons. We talked about that. Now I just rather go to Craigslist and look for a good value in Michigan. Because here's the plan. You're basically reached the end of your rope. You don't know where to go. Your family and you are troubled. What to do? Well, Michigan. Let's go to Michigan. Your first visit is the Michigan Craigslist page. Here it is. Ann Arbor, that's a nice area. Grand Rapids, that's a nice area. Monroe, Port Huron, Grand Rapids, Detroit's not such a nice area. Flint, no. I'm going to go with Ann Arbor. I am going to look for an RV to get started living in Michigan, because my goal, Stormy Daniels said, so my travel agent said, where do you want to go? I said, coolrock.com. Wow, that's nice. For $7,900, that's not bad. Wow, look at that. Those are durable too, those trailers. Wow, they're built to last. I mean, you get an enamel siding like this, that will last for 100 years. Whereas a fiberglass one won't make it past 20. Look at that, beautiful. This is $7,900, man. That just popped up. That is sweet. Look at that for $7,900. Seriously. It's a fairly light unit too. It's not too big. All right, so you've only got $1,000 and your family's really strapped. So I'm going to put the maximum here of price at $1,000. Yeah. So where are you going to go? I mean, how are you going to pay? What are you going to do when you get what you got? Nothing. There's not for rent. It's all for rent. Yeah. Let me put this in a chronological order so I can actually go to price up. There we go. You can't really cook enough meth in here to make your money back because it's illegal and you'll go to jail. This is for rent, that Vanagon. So you don't find anything for $1,000 except for that. 30-foot bunkhouse trailer for parts, salvage. You got to be able to move it. I'm really looking for an RV. Whoa. $1. That's not real. Yeah. Well, we pretty much ruled out everything. This is all rental. Oh no. They want those kind of trailers. Excuse me, but I'm wasting your time. I realize that. Okay, there's nothing for $1,000. We're now going to go to $2,000. Thank you. Well, now we're talking old camper, Ann Arbor. Yeah, let's see. For rent. They're all rentals, yeah. Ann Arbor's a nice area. I bet you found something in Detroit, but Ann Arbor's nothing's popping up. Uh-oh. A GMC Vandura. A Vandura, 1975 Vandura. These are cool. Now you're talking. For $1,500, you got yourself a really nice setup. Look at that. You got an awning. So I know that's a Dodge 440 engine too. Those are powerful. Or it's a GMC. Okay, well, same difference. Nice wood floor. A lot of people have upgraded like this. This is $1,500, folks. Look at this. You got the whole family could sleep in the back, and you could have the front, you and the missus. It comes with your own TV set. For $2,000, would you be better off getting an apartment if you have a family? No, you won't make it. It'll be month to month for $2,000. You got to get on the road. You got to get yourself clean, clear, and your chances of getting a house in and around Michigan is pretty damn good. The prices of housing are so low that your chances are you're going to find a place to live. Seriously. Plus, you're near a freshwater lake. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. I don't know. I mean, if you do that and go ahead and get a rental, it's like month to month. This is like $1,500. You got a place to live for every month, as long as you need to. Okay, that's just one idea. Let's just see if that was working. Hang on. It has new plug wires, distributor wrap and motor, new fuel line and filter, new brake line. Runs and drives good. It had a little seal leak in the roof, but it's no big deal. It's a bathroom and shower combo. Stove works, fridge does not. That's no big deal. You can get an easy fix for that. Yeah, there's a very nice alternative ice cooler. Runs on a little battery with a fan on it. Coleman makes it for $50 at Walmart. Yeah, so you're good to go. So $1,500 will get you that life away from where you are right now. That's in running condition too. So life is not as bad as you think it is. Now, it's just a matter of time before you go to a place in Ann Arbor, and you'll want to find a place to live, right? You got your family's covered. You got a roof over their head. You're parking Walmart parking lights, whatever. We're talking survival here. So you go to Ann Arbor, Michigan, on Zillow. That's your next step. This is your just finding stuff out there online, you know, places where you can. So the MAVA movement has been born. Is that pretty much okay? We're working on MAVA because I think Donald really screwed over a lot of libertarians who were really, you know, like what gives him the right to take away their right to vape? We want our vaping rights taken. Yeah. Okay, so realistically you're going to look for something with maybe up to 30,000, and you realize, oh, there's one place. It's a $20,000 home. Okay, what's this? A mobile home or yeah? Well, there you go. You got a $20,000 house right there on the road. That's pretty cool. Okay. That's all that's available in that area. So you have to then zoom out and get out of the Ann Arbor area, because that's a pretty pricey area. That's your most expensive. But obviously when you go to Detroit, you'll find really good deals, but no one wants to live over there. So yeah. And you realize, I got to get the heck out of here. Where do I go? Holy crap. I'm stuck. I'm going to go to Lansing. Okay. Maybe there's something there in Lansing. Excuse me, Drag King. Yeah, I appreciate if you don't talk to Eric that way. He doesn't deserve this. That lights up like a Christmas tree. Look at that. Wow. Hey, welcome to the Make America Vape movement. Hi, everybody. Make America Vape again, everyone. Yeah, there's just no reason to allow hysteria designed to make the cigarette companies more money dictate policy in America. Your right to vape is being taken away. Good night, Juan. Take care. Well, I know, Eric, but we're going to have to mute his statement of calling you a bitch, too. You got more river treasure. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Excellent.
We have a brand new river treasure hunt today. I'm a little disappointed in this river. Appears to be some...
This guy looks so healthy out there every day. You know, I kind of envy him. If I could just get out and, you know, surf out there in, you know, the beaches of California, I'd feel so much better, you know. I think I'll just go down to, you know, Malibu and start surfing with, you know, maybe I'll meet Miley down there. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. But look at how, you know, healthy this guy looks.
More murky, but I think we'll have enough visibility to maybe find a thing or two.
Cool. Okay, we'll add him to the link. River treasure, phone, ring lures, and other things. And more. Right on. He's quite a guy. I got to tell you, I'm glad he's making some money on YouTube. And lightning pump action. We got more revolver.
45 here, and guess what I have? You can read. I'll bet you already know.
Yeah.
The old Colt Lightning, yes, pump action rifle. This is actually a Pedersoli reproduction of it, and a nice one.
Wow.
It's pretty, isn't it?
Hey, you learn how to do the pump action rifle activity. I learned on a bolt action. My shooting days were bolt with a scope, but yeah, I never really had a pump action rifle, although that sounds like a fun thing to have. So we'll bring in Hickok 45 tonight in our Wasteful Wednesday show. It's very rudimentary. If you guys have tiny house stuff too, I can certainly do that. But we've got enough in our lineup to cover the evening probably. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. Sorry you were mistreated in the show. All right, I'm going to take a quick look at Lansing and see what we got for $30,000. And you can check Trulia.com to find out if there's any if there's any property that is in a high crime area. They do that on Trulia. They got houses for $20,000 here, no problem. Oh, this is just a lot. Hang on. Yeah, let me get rid of the lots. There we go. These are actual houses in Lansing. 27.5. Looks like an older house in the 40s or 30s. Guessing. Good structure. Weather worn. Look at that's been through a few winters. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's one for 27.5. Let's see what else we have. 30,000 here. Another kind of an older house. 29.9. Okay. I know this is a little bit boring, but I mean, I kind of like to look at stuff and see, hey, this is only 18,400. Wow. Nice little kitchen. Got tile down. It needs some work, of course, but wood flooring can be easily snapped in place, and you'd have a fairly decent there. Well, that wood might even still be salvageable. Sometimes these have wood floors that are fully grindable. They can grind them down and shellac them. That's an old bathtub. Look at that, the old pedestal bathtub. Little back door, porch for grandma and grandpa, backyard, and an outdoor garage. That's not bad for $18,400. Handyman special. So there are places you can own in America. You don't have to necessarily buy a $300,000 house. Although you'd want to, but I just want everyone to know that you can get out of the situation you're in fairly cheaply. But everybody's got to make some decisions in their life, especially if the economy is tightening down. The Democrats don't have any plan whatsoever to deal with the lack of jobs due to automation. We do. You know, we have the Homestead Renewal Plan and the Solar Rooftop Revolution. I also have wonderful ways in which we could get mobile medical units to people. That would be some cool ideas. We got a lot of jobs in re-agrification of our country. The Conservation Corps, bringing back the CCC. This was the most important part of FDR's thing, not necessarily the New Deal. That was just a small. The New Deal is way beyond, and the Green New Deal is way too expensive. But the Civilian Conservation Corps of the 1930s could be revived and create the CCC again, and we could get a lot of people working in our Park Service, making money, because we have a lot of money doled out right now to people who are supervisors that are collecting lots of money. We could probably fit 3 or 4 jobs, $36,000 a year, and a place to stay in the cost of some of these supervisor salaries. You've got a woman enjoying raw meat? Uh-huh.
Hi, I'm Wendy Marshall, and I enjoy eating raw meat. In other cultures, it's their everyday life. Like, that's what they do. They have a big variety of meats, insects. But here in America, when I do it, people find it odd, weird. People come at me very negatively.
Okay, well, we'll give Wendy some time in the show tonight. I think it's important. Thanks, Soul Child. Who doesn't want to watch someone eat raw meat? Anyone? Good. We have a consensus. Everyone wants to watch raw meat. You know, that's great. She's hot too, huh, John? Anyway, my concept of reagrification is a concept where we bring the soil back to life. And the Civilian Conservation Corps could be used in our national composting area. Every area in the country could have a composting center that could take in all kinds of yard waste, backstore market produce crap coming into the dumpsters. Not crap, but, you know, old vegetables that are rotting. So the National Composting Plan is another plan integrated in there. Now, I'm going to urge everyone to, have combat helmets in their homes for everybody in case of a civil defense. So I'm going to have these types of things issued to people so that they'll all be protected from the sky from falling. So we'll all have this on our head. No, I'm just kidding. It's a joke. But another novel idea I have is to actually get people air masks. Yeah. So one of my solutions, instead of mass herd inoculation, I'm supporting mass distribution by the CDC of N95 air masks to everybody in America. Now, air pollution is a big problem, and people who are using masks are more likely to have better lungs their whole life. So I'm actually thinking of developing like a large order for 3M to purchase an N95 respirator packages like this. This is perhaps the most durable of the designs. And this could be distributed. We could have like a 5-pack sent to a family with a reorder form in it. And you would simply put a check in the mail and we'd reorder them if you want more. So there could be a return on investment for the government after we mail these out for free. But the idea is to get everybody on the same page with preventive measures in the event of an attack or some sort of any type of sure. Oh, sorry. My wig was coming up there. Oh. Okay, so we covered all the territory. I think we got the Make America Vape Again program going. Thank you very much. And we talked about novel ways of preventing illness from spreading by giving people masks in advance of a disease. What a concept. Yeah. Well, let's start the website right here, Space Shuttle. We actually have a place we can talk. Would you like to debate me? Yeah, go ahead and bop right over to the iVlog room and get into the cam, and we'll debate online. Yeah, feel free. And maybe we can get 2 people in there debating each other. So we got about 20 minutes left. Yeah, sure. So just go on over there, start one of the cameras, and somebody else who wants to debate you, I'll debate you for a while, and then somebody else can debate you, and we'll just watch you guys debate. All right? It's already set up. Let's just do it. Use a vape flavor called Rich Pipe, and that's important to you? You want to share that with the group? She liked that steak, yeah. It looks like the vape ban is becoming a global trend, yeah. So I'm bucking the vape plan, the global vape plan, the anti-vape strategy. I'm actually supporting the idea of vaping if you want. But if they're going to make it illegal, then I guess Make America Vape Again is really going to stand, It's going to be tough to stop these New World Order puppets as they continue to implement their plans through Donald Trump and any other New World Order puppet. Now India is banning e-cigarettes as Juul sales are mysteriously halted in China. Wow. Boy, these cigarette companies are really challenged by the vaping. They're coming down hard at all levels. You don't have to be a candidate to debate. Well, I've got a place right now where we can all get together. Sure. Hey, if you can't come into the room and can't send somebody into the room to debate, then, you know, how do you expect to create your own? Yeah, that's how we have it here. Yeah, if you want to create your own video site like Mark has, go right ahead. You know, good luck. Mark pays for his servers with the money he gets censoring me. So this is a very complicated thing, but if you want to go on right now and, you know, talk, you can start yourself, start doing it yourself, so then you can, you know, at least know that you can do it for your other people. We can bring multiple candidates into iBlog right now. You know, I wouldn't recommend buying tobacco stock simply because it's unethical. And I think that's really why Sarah doesn't want to buy tobacco stock. So some people make stock decisions not because they want to make a lot of money, but because it's unethical. So they just don't want to be a party to corruption like that. Now, clearly what's happening is the big tobacco industry is priming the pump of people like Donald Trump to impose ridiculous rules over vaping when clearly cigarettes really should be banned too. If you're going to ban e-vaporizers, you might as well ban cigarettes, right? Which is absurd. No one's going to want to allow banning of cigarettes. It would be politically impossible. Well, this could come back to haunt Donald Trump. So if the vaping issue is, you know, a non-issue or non-starter for you, then fine. But for a lot of people, it is a big issue. They don't want to have their vaping rights taken away. Yeah, see, the whole country is wide open in the $30,000 range. Look at all the red dots. These are all houses that are under $30,000. What I tried to do, I went over to the East Coast and looked, well, how close can I get to the water and still be under $30,000? Well, a lot of these are mobile homes. But when you get out here in the middle of nowhere, you know, outside of Virginia or the East Coast somewhere. This is in New Jersey, Whiting, New Jersey. This is a pretty decent large house. Look at that. It's kind of built like a large pole building. Yeah, look at that. Would you just look at that? Got brick on one side. It's pretty big. Look at, yeah, I'm just amazed. It's not bad in disrepair. I mean, you could probably move. It's almost move-in ready. Nice bathroom. Well, decent washer dryer. Good layout. Look at the house. It was probably a part of a suburban tract home facility or something. Front room, kitchen. Yeah. So you're looking at a total of $26,500 live in Whiting, New Jersey. And that is not far from the coastline. Okay? Look at the big yard you got. It's on a cul-de-sac, decent streets. That's decent, yeah. Nice. So you're a corner lot. Look at that. You could actually sell things there if it was commercially zoned. If not, good luck. All right. This has been exciting tonight. I didn't realize the show could be this richly fulfilling with a wig on. Nicotine is the addictive component of tobacco, but now they're concerned that now more and more people are going to get cancer because the vaping cigarettes clearly only have six different chemicals in it, whereas cigarettes have 50. So now the cigarette industry is getting what they want, more people dying of cigarette smoking, and the vapors are getting nothing, and they have to pay more for cigarettes now. Yeah, cigarettes are really dangerous. They've got lots of chemicals in them. And the government's not dealing with that. They're catering to the cigarette industry and the lobby, the powerful lobby. So clearly somebody's priming Donald Trump's back pocket on this one. I wouldn't doubt Philip Morris and R.G. Reynolds put together a trust fund of about $27 million for Donald. That's usually what it takes, I would think. The NRA gave him, what, $30 million? They probably had to match that. Oh, yeah. Donald doesn't think there's any problem with getting money from companies to do these things, too. He doesn't see any wrong. He doesn't see any conflict of interest getting a personal donation from a woman named Betsy DeVos, who's our Secretary of Education. Gave him $9.5 million to his re-election campaign. That's illegal. You can't do that. Nobody can make a $9.5 million donation. Well, you know, combustion does create toxic compounds. No, I'm not doubting that, but so do cigarettes. They create toxic compounds in the cigarettes themselves. Scissorfight makes his own vape juice. Yeah. Screw you, government. There you go. Well, you know this is just going to create a black market. It's all going to backfire. And then kids will want to do it more because it's illegal. That's what's going to happen. Yeah. I don't know if people go to hookah bars. The one in our area didn't really succeed. Somebody opened a hookah bar in our area. It lasted about 2 weeks. I'm not pretty. I'm just wearing... It's Wig Wednesday. I thought I'd throw the wig on. Oh, yeah. Cigarettes? All right. Oh, yeah. Cigarettes are very... You know, secondary smoke from cigarettes is causing cancer. There's a direct link. They did a study of all the women that worked behind the counter at coffee shops in, you know, Denny's where they smoke cigarettes. They used to, at least. Not here in Washington, but they used to. It turns out women working the counter at restaurants have a much higher rate of lung cancer. So that's how they determined secondary smoke was a leading cause. Many of them didn't even smoke. Anyway, that's a pretty decent house for the cost. It's, you know, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, that's about as perfect of a life you could ever want. And you're on the coastline area. Very close to Long Island, too. That's very rare. So there are some houses right on the ocean there. Again, you're going to probably have to deal with a little bit of a, you know, hurricane if you go south, but not up in New York. Highly unlikely. Well, of course, that was Hurricane Sandy. Did it affect it? You've been vaping for almost 7 years and never felt better. There you go. Guest 803 says. So the vapors, the eyewitness testimony of vapors suggests that they're liking it. And there have been no long-term danger effects of this. If this is on its own land, it might be worth 20 cents. Oh, it's a river resort. I think they rent the space. Yeah, whenever you rent the space, it's kind of a ripoff. Okay, so we could look at the budget in specifics, but what difference does it make? Donald Trump's military budget is off the map. He's over $590 billion a year, and he's working on a plan right now to get $750 billion a year for the military, on top of overspending by the Democrats. So the whole budget is a disaster zone. We might as well just take it and send it to the Netherlands. Okay, we got a couple things coming up. Trump speaking on the border wall. We'll do some of that later. Mark Dice talking about no wonder they're moving to Mexico. I don't usually play Mark Dice, but whatever. So we've got the press conference of Donald Trump. Okay. Not much to talk about, really, when you think about it. Lots to talk about with organic food. We talked about organic fast food restaurant tonight. That was fun. Another reason to eat organic. organic apples contain more diverse, healthier bacteria than conventional. It's a new study. They're saying it has even more purpose for organic apples. It helps your healthy bacteria in your flora, probiotic aspects of the apples. Non-organic milk tests positive for illegal antibiotics, high levels of growth hormones, and controversial pesticide contaminants. You know, I got to tell you, I've been moving toward organic milk for a long time now, and recently I was made aware of something very interesting. Thanks for that, YouTube's hypocrisy. That'll be good.
So,
yeah, I found out that the milk companies get rid of the fat and create 1% and 2% milk using a chemical process. A long, long time ago, they used centrifuges to pull the fat out. But that got too costly, so they went to a chemical solution that goes in the milk to get rid of the fat and it extracts the fat. I never knew that until recently. So I went off of 1% and 2% milk. I'm strictly on whole milk now, organic. And I feel good. I feel actually better as a result of it. Yeah. You don't drink as much milk, too. But isn't that interesting about milk? Recaps the debates, CBS News. Democrats clash on health care and immigration in third debate. Okay. That would be fun tonight. Yeah, I'll go there, too. Keep that in the lineup. Yeah, I didn't really get a chance to listen to the debates because I don't get cable TV. That's 1 hour and 35 minutes. That'll be really a long one if we can fit it in. All right, great. Now, according to the White House, Pence is not gay. Yeah, he's also pro-gay. Yeah, so he is pro-gay. The White House believes Mike Pence, Vice President, has proven he's not anti-gay because he had lunch with gay Irish Prime Minister Leo. So I'll link you to that right there. You can check all about how now Trump, or how Pence is now pro-gay. Yeah, well, very good. Yeah, good to know. I discovered that online when I was searching. I was tweeting today, too. I was quite shocked about the number of Irishmen now. Mike Pence is Irish. Patrick Shanahan, our Secretary of Defense, is Irish. Mike Mulvaney, Acting Chief of Staff. Robert O'Brien, National Security Advisor, all Irish. Very strange. And then this story was the big bombshell. A coincidence? Maybe? Kevin Spacey body count grows. Now 2 people have died who have alleged that he groped them. I said maybe this body count reveals a deeper message. He was playing himself in House of Cards. Just a theory, but I mean, it did seem like he played that role really well. Now the massage therapist who accused Kevin Spacey of groping has died. Now they didn't say what he died of. Somebody assumed it was cancer, but I need to get more information about what the cause of death was. And we don't even know who it is because his name was John Doe in the court case. He didn't want anyone to know who he was. But apparently Kevin Spacey allegedly grabbed his testicles. The massage therapist who accused him of sexually assaulting him during 2016, October, has died, according to a court filing. Yeah. The massage therapist filed a suit alleging that Spacey had forced him to grope him. Spacey was also accused of groping a busboy at a restaurant in Nantucket in 2016. Those charges were recently dropped, though. Anyway, whatever dastardly deeds this guy has been doing, it'll come back to haunt him eventually, I'm sure. And let's take a quick peek at what my 153 News video has accomplished. Right, we've got the third party set going. Like we just uploaded the Epstein is Alive video. Let's take a look and see where we're at. I've got a channel over at 153 News now. Third party it's called. And we're up to 958 views in 2 days. Wow. amazing. I could never even get 1,000 views in a year on YouTube. And in 2 days, we had 958 views. Okay, well, I'm going to give you a link to this in the show if you want to see it. It's 40 minutes. It's basically played the other day on our show. But I gave you all the great pertinent links that happened, that we really, believe that the links themselves are question marks in and of themselves, leading us to the conclusion that he definitely is not dead. He was seen. And we'll certainly give you that link. You can check it out when you want. David, it's important Trump got caught conspiring. I know. Well, he's been caught many times conspiring, Eric. Okay, we got another one from 2015, WDBJ, Allison Parker shooting hoax by Press Reset, Earth. Okay, that looks good too.
And I had that for 9 months. I had what all of us in this business, well, not maybe all of us, but
lots of stuff has happened in the false flag area, and we're going to bring that to you tonight too. Good links, man. Thank you. Okay. How can we not stay abreast of all this fakery? It fills our hours much more than we would if we were just sitting there soaking in the mainstream media. That's for sure. Here's a vape shirt for promo. We've taken the wrong turn. I'm sorry. That link does not exist. Nope. They must have censored it already. Yeah, it'd be great to have the ATP bot back in the room. Final is the guy that developed it. He was formerly Ghost. And he could very well... Hey, there you go. Cool. I like that. There's a mock-up of it. Okay, I could do that on green on black. I'll make that spreadshirt tonight. Yeah, right on. I like it. Thanks. I'll use that as my template for tonight. I might go with white lettering here and that one in the green right there. That's cool. Thank you, True Blue. Yeah, a lot of things to kind of mull around in our heads as we watch the world turn around us. We've been exposing the pedophile rings across the country. Another Arizona CPS worker has opened up a discussion of the dangers of CPS and how they put this young girl in the hands of this pedophile. CPS enabled the pedophile to molest a child. And this isn't just an isolated case. This looks like it's happening more and more, and our government's turning a blind eye. So another reason to get behind a third party. We will get accountability from CPS. I promise you that. The Democrats won't even talk about it. Hillary would never discuss this issue. And now that Hillary's no longer a major party member in the Democratic Party, I mean, she does speak quite frequently, actually.
In Michigan, in Ohio, in Florida, in other places, often using a system devised and paid for by Robert Mercer. And when you have a Republican-controlled state government, as we did in those states back in 2016, it's practically impossible. In fact, I'll say it is impossible to fight back, let alone to stop that very deliberate form of suppression.
You know, I wish she had filed a lawsuit with the FEC, making the election illegitimate. Had she done that, we would have had a second election, possibly. But she didn't take that route. I don't know why her advisors, John Podesta, they were tied up in their Pizzagate discussion at the time. And whatever Hillary knows about that subject would have to come from a grand jury investigation. At this point, we still are dealing with the Clinton body count of, over 160 people now. And now the Kevin Spacey body count of 2 people. Hillary's an incel. No, I hear she's got lesbian tendencies. That's what I've heard. We've seen her looking at all kinds of people's breasts in various situations. Yeah, she must be admiring of breasts. This famous picture of Christina Aguilera and Hillary is well known. And this isn't some sort of a post-up. This is real. You got to wonder, you know, is she having a relationship with Uma Abedin? Anyway, this guy got... this story is just disturbing to all get out. I can't even get into it, but more and more things are coming out about this connection between CPS and children that are being tortured. In fact, 1,000 kids a year under the protection of CPS are ending up dead from torture. That's pretty sick. CPS is supposed to be entrusted to protect them, Child Protective Services. 1,000 kids on average a year are dead from torture in the system. That's just inexcusable. There's no way. Plus, we've got 50,000 kids missing in America. So something has to be done, and the Democrats and Republicans haven't even bothered to even touch this issue. Just tell it like it is, man. Hey, and that's it for tonight. The impeachment hearing will continue. I guess we'll be looking at new developments with Nadler. Can't wait. Hopefully something will come out of that. We will see a lot of stonewalling from the Republicans. They don't want to talk about anything, refuse. And I'm pretty convinced that this is an ongoing reality that we're living with. Cover-up after cover-up with Donald Trump and his administration of liars and buffoons. And as we get closer and closer to breaking the bow of this great nation with a man who spends recklessly, along with a democratically led Congress that spends recklessly, we have to come to the conclusion that we're not going to get out of this situation without some new change in the paradigm, a new third party to unite the country in the center of the political spectrum. That's what I'm hoping for. Otherwise, we're kind of headed toward being manipulated by the people that bought off the left and bought off the right. It's the same people. And I believe that a new centrist party could veritably bring enough people back to the table of fixing this country. And if the American people can't fix it, I know Donald Trump can't fix it because he's part of the gold spoon group. But if the American people can't fix it, then we'll have a real problem. But we haven't even been given a chance. So I'm signing off. I'm David Sponheim, Mr. Right, for the right time, right now. Take care.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, too good. Just put my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, Mr. Right, too good.